Greetings, gamers, and welcome to the 204th live stream from the MisfitGamersStudios. I am your host, Vortex, and this is D&D Discussions. Yes, we're bringing back D&D Discussions on Fridays. You heard it here now correctly. Today, we have a couple of different topics. We have actually 3 different topics that we are going to be talking about. But first, we're going to go through something that I'm kind of actually excited about. I didn't expect to do this on stream. I wasn't excited about it, but some people showed up, made me excited about it with how excited they were, and I got excited, so therefore I want you to be excited. So we're all going to get excited together as I'm going to walk through something that I've created in a game called Rust on a very creative server called The Art of Rust. Yes, I am part of the Art of Rust server. If you know it, great. If you don't, then I don't know what you're doing with your life. But there's a lot of great content creators. I'm taking my wallet out. That's why I look weird. There's a lot of great creators on this server. A lot of great content creators. There's Dr. Chill. There's Benjamin and Jeremy. I know Sir Winter has recently showed up. Monstera is one of the biggest ones on the map. Green Man's out there. There's a lot of great artists out there. A lot of great streamers doing a lot of great things. I have the honor to be part of them. And I wanted to throw my hat into the ring. I wanted to give myself a challenge. Didn't think I was going to do nearly as good as I did. Honestly, I thought it was great for myself and my own capabilities. But then I invited people over. And I had such a strong reaction that I decided that I needed to push myself. I needed to go one step further and prove that this wasn't just something I could do, but something that I could really, I don't want to say master, but something that I could make my own. Like, I did a good job, but after I got such positive feedback, I knew I could push myself just a little bit more. So that's what we're going to go through today. We're going to start with a quick little base tour of my Rust base. This is a creative build on the Art of Rust server. I have put this up for tour, so it will be part of November's server tour, which they do. I love this aspect. So every month, this server does a month-end tour where anybody who built a base or did artwork can submit it to be toured by everyone. And usually several, like at least half a dozen to a dozen big-time streamers, and I mean big-time, like 2K plus viewer streamers, regularly on a monthly basis join this tour. So random people are getting their shit seen by thousands. And I'm excited to throw my hat into this ring this month. So that's what we're going to start with, and hopefully you enjoy. So join us as we have a lot of conversations, but we're going to begin with a little bit of a Rust. Because you haven't played Rust yet, right?
I have not. I have never played Rust. I've seen you and Vixie. I've seen your guys' gameplay a little bit, but I've never actually got to play myself.
That's not twist off.
What is I'm trying to think of the game that's closest to Rust that I have played. Like
basically any survival game, any PvP survival game. Which there aren't many. There aren't many PvP survival games, mostly PvE.
Yes, mostly PvE. Like, does Minecraft count as a PvE survivor game?
Yeah, that would be a PvE.
Okay.
Soul hasn't played Rust, but they've seen a ton of gameplay. Yeah, if you've been in the streaming or YouTube space, you've probably seen this game.
I'm pretty sure I've seen other like streamers play Rust before. So
yeah. All right. So we're gonna do that. Should I? Okay, Soul, I think you're the only one here watching us right now. Should I bother changing the game and the title right now, or we're just gonna? This is kind of just the intro to the main.
Yeah.
Let's forget it. Okay.
We don't need to know that.
So let's talk about my build here. Let's see if we'll be able to do it. Kage is gonna disappear for a second.
Fair enough.
But you can still hear him.
Get you some.
So in this Rust server, they usually have a monthly theme. And this month's theme was Vikings. So I did a Viking build, technically. It wasn't very big. It was kind of second thought because when I first got on here, again, I wasn't really thinking about I wasn't thinking about joining the whole Rust server. I just kind of wanted to like, Vixie was part of it. She actually became a mod recently, so she's actually one of the admin.
Dope.
But the thing was, like I kind of joined just because, you know, I had gotten off of Rust mainly because I didn't really like the grind of the game. It's one of those games where it's great if you have a lot of time. There's a lot of fun aspects about the game. But when you're a gamer like me, who has a career, who's trying to do a podcast, who's doing all these other things in life, when you can only sit down and on your best day, you can give yourself 3 hours for a game that once you're established, anytime you log in would take you 2 hours just for maintenance and upkeep. For someone like me who can only know, I'm like, hey, it's 6 o'clock tonight. I'm just going to game all night. I'm going to 6 o'clock after work. I'm going to game till 9. When I log into a game and the first 2 hours has to be me chopping trees, breaking blocks, or, you know, breaking stone just to keep my base alive, not do anything to it, not progress,
not improve,
not engage in anything in the game, just simply going out there and grinding just to maintain what I've already done. Then I only get an hour, and anything you want to do in that game is basically a 30-45 minute commitment because of the map size and just the grindiness, right? You want to go do a monument, that's at least a 20-minute endeavor. You want to go, you know, farming, that's going to be 30 minutes. You want to go scrapping, that's going to be 45 minutes. Like, you want to do anything. So when a 3-hour gaming session suddenly turns into a 1-hour gaming session, which turns into I can do 2 things, I slowly lost interest in the game.
Yep. Very fair.
But with this server, it's not like so there's other like types of creative servers that have like multipliers and all that kind of stuff, so you gain stuff faster. This one doesn't do any of that, but it does have an internal shop. So as long as you can generate in-game currency, you can just buy all the resources.
Okay.
So this game is fully creative. It was actually started by a group of artists, people who started playing Rust because they had an in-game painting module. Like you could actually paint your own paintings. It was very basic at first.
Right, yeah.
Super basic.
I saw Vixie messing with that.
But there were people out there who were really interested in exploring that and just becoming good because they didn't like the rest of the game, but no other game had art.
It's another medium to mess around with art.
And so the Art of Rust server was born. I think they started with 5 people.
Okay.
There are 897 currently offline.
That's wild.
And this server is not even 2 years old.
That's
like
wild.
I think it's like maybe 2 years old. But the idea that this small and this isn't like one of those servers where a lot of like these type of roleplay servers get taken over by toxic people.
Sure.
This is a server you can't do that on. Like people have tried. People have come in and tried to do all that, but I have never seen a server that is so good, not just at maintaining its community, but also like there's some servers that need an active admin and mod community to stop people from fucking around. That actually is a rarity here. Even talking to some of the mods, yes, maybe once a month they have to ban someone or warn someone, but we're talking like one person every like 3 weeks. Whereas any other random server, that's like a daily thing.
Sure.
But for a creative RP based server, the fact that no one really like, and the people who do, here's the funny part.
Isn't it an invite only server?
No, it's public.
Anybody can just join the server if they want.
The reason why we have nearly 900 people is last week we only had 600. The last 300 were because we've had 2 big streamers come through and do some tours. And so you have people who learned about the server from that.
And they jump in.
And then you have other people who are trying to troll. But even so we had someone who came on board, they had like 4,000 viewers. They came on and did some tours for like 3 days straight.
Sure.
2 problems. Two problem individuals. One got warned, and basically we have an on-site jail, so they got put in jail until they corrected their shit.
Sure.
One got banned. Over a 3 or 4 day period, 2 issues from a major streamer who is bringing in 2 to 4K viewers on this tour over these couple days. That's insane. Not just for the simple fact of like,
that's very fair.
And the thing is like, I don't know, like it's not just that we have an active mod community who like will stop anything. It's just that it's one of those communities that you see, and even if you're a toxic person, the community just isn't one you fuck with. It's not a target, right? We don't present ourselves as a target. We're not meek. We're not people that are easy targets because we just don't care. Like you come on here and try to fuck with people who are painting. It's not like people who are trying to like build little cottages and have like, you know, little conversations and act like this is D&D, and then you go and fuck with them and then they lose their shit.
Sure.
These are people who are actively painting, and even if you destroy the painting, they're like, okay, reload. I'm gonna keep painting. Like, we just don't care. We're just like, hey, admin, can you move this person? Cool, I'm gonna keep painting. Like, we're just chill. So it's like, you can't even get a rise out of us. So it's so funny that even, I've heard some of the admins talk about it, and it's like, and to be honest, the numbers match. About 50% of the people who come into the server to cause trouble, right? So we'll say for every 10 people that enter the server intending to cause trouble and be trolls, only half of them are a problem. Like, end up being dealt with as a problem. On average, about half of the people who come here to fuck around end up staying and becoming part of the community. We have people who are painters now, who have been playing this game for 5 years, came here 7 months ago to troll and be bullshitters, and now are massive painters. They don't even play the game. Like, they'll still go PvP, but they'll come here to paint. They'll build a base with a view of the beach. Even like in normal gameplay, they're building bunkers. They're building these great, grand, massive bases that could withstand anything. But they come to our server and they build a little cottage on the beach to paint because they came here to troll, and we're just like, wait, this is actually kind of chill.
Yeah, when you don't feed the beast, it goes hungry. Like that's just what the fuck happens. And
but what's weird
the
is
type of environment that you cultivate.
But that's what's weird is
more power to you.
The Art of Rust is almost different in the sense that it doesn't starve the beast until the beast goes away. It's almost like the Art of Rust doesn't feed the beast, it changes its diet. That's a better way to put it. Because yes, you're right. If you don't feed the beast, it'll go away. Sure. But that's the thing. The people that come here, even the beasts just troll, they don't go away. They integrate. It's almost like we gave them something else to eat, and they're like, actually, this is better. I don't have to be a dick if you're just going to give me treat. Like, it's fucking crazy. And even some of the people who come here, like just the different walks of life, the different types of artists that we have on this server, and just everybody's attitude. It's just, I have been part of so many different gaming groups, so many different servers, online, offline, video games, real games.
Yeah.
I've never seen a community like this, and I mean community as in the greater whole. Like, I've been a part of so many communities that overall are great, but there's still a mix. I'm talking about like I'll be a part of a community that's 100 people, and sure, 60 of them are great, and 40% of them are just strange and weird. This is the only time I've ever been part of a community where I'm like 90% plus is chill, and I'm talking about like legit 90+% of this entire 800 people, totally chill, normal, not like weird as in like the ideas they come up with, but you don't talk to them and go, I'm never talking to you again. Everybody is just welcoming. Everybody's totally chill. You could literally make a stick figure. And no, people aren't here to glaze you. No one's gonna sit here and be like, bro, you need to be the next Picasso.
Yeah.
But you could literally draw a stick figure drawing and say, this is my first time painting, and people are gonna be like, I see what you're going for. So if you're, what are you going to do next? Like, do you want, like, it's all about encouragement. It's not glazing. It's not like, oh my God, you're the best artist I've ever seen, when they literally just came from someone who paints and by the way, the fact that there's realistic paintings in this, I'm talking about like, they do not look like they're inside of a video game.
Wild. It's wild.
But literally, you can have someone either who paints like that, or someone else who visits that first, then comes to your little stick figure drawing. And they're not going to sit there and glaze you and say you're the best person ever, but they will point out all the things they can see that are good and try to help you. And they'll be like, oh, okay, so I see that you were trying to do some shading over here. Have you done shading before? Like, they won't just sit there with advice, but they'll be like, have you done shading before? Like, no, you haven't. So if you want, there's this tool. If you click this button, you can do shading a little bit different. And that's all they'll do, is they'll just, like, I love this community because everything is just about how to make you get to your next step. It's never about, oh, you did that was cool, but let me show you something better.
Yeah.
It's never oh, you did that, well, I also did it, but I did something. It's always I see where you're at. let me tell, like, not let me tell you where to go, but it's more of a, that's amazing. I can't wait till you get to your next step. What do you want next? And if they happen to have a specialty in what you want next, they're so amazing at just being like, here's some options that I give you. And it like I said, like it's just one of those things where I kind of thought it was just a vibe from people who were already there who think that way.
Sure.
But as someone who had, like, Vixie's been a part of it for months, finally became an admin. I've just been a part of this community for only 2 weeks. And this is how high I'm speaking of them. I don't speak like this about any community I'm at.
Yeah.
But this community is just mind-bogglingly different.
Yeah.
Compared to how many people are online. Like, I've just never seen something that was this welcoming, but not in a weird culty way. No one's sitting there being like, oh my God, you got to show up all the time now. No, where are you? It's just, and no one's asking you to join their Discord every second. But you could literally, no one knows you. You could hop on and you could just be like, hey, famous YouTuber, I saw your video. I'd love a tour of your base. And they'd be like, I'm online right now. Come on over, stranger. And you will get a private tour from a YouTuber who has 100,000 views on a video that did the same tour, and they will give you it privately. And then they'll ask you, did you do anything? Can I come see your build? You don't get that from anywhere else. If you went to anywhere else and was like, hey, famous YouTuber, I did something, they're like, who are you? What, do you have viewers or something? Like, no one's going to take personal time out of their time to come and view you. You know what I mean? Like, there are so many non-established collabs that happen. Like, I see these YouTubers, like, again, Ben and Jer and Dr. Chill are two of the more prominent YouTubers on the channel. They regularly do videos of each other's builds. And it's not even scripted. It's not like they were like, hey, I'm going to do a video, you do a video. They'll just like the other person's video so much that they'll just record going to their tour and say, hey, man, I want a tour of your thing. Record it and then post it online. Be like, hey guys, you got to come check out this dude, and they'll. It's just that's just what they do. It's like it's the concept of we are going to be a community based on the fact that we are a community, not that we're trying to be one. We just are. Again, I'm a brand new person, and I have had 2 famous streamers come by and just like totally tell me how enamored they are, and then they just bounce, and it's like that was genuine and awesome. And I don't, and no one's sitting here trying to like vie for each other's attention. It's just, and everybody, and that's the other thing weird. That's the other weird thing too. I didn't know half of these people were what I would consider famous streamers, like people who have good followings or famous YouTubers. But the way that they talk to you, they will just talk to you like they're just a random gamer. Like none of them in this particular community, not a single one of them, no matter how popular they are, come into the server with that ego.
Imagine if this was just how humans treated each other. Like,
right?
It's so wild to me that this is because you're right. Like, this is an incredible rarity, especially if people across such a wide variety and they're all coming together to just vibe. Like, that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Like, if for whatever reason, but the fact that this is something that we can all just. Yeah, you're just a dude. I'm just a dude. We're all out here trying to figure some shit out. Like,
all right. So let me show y'all. Let for anyone else other than Soul that's participating right now. Let me just. I'm gonna show you my build.
Sure.
Let me stroke my own ego for a minute, because again, I've had my ego stroked so much by people online that I'm just like, I'm now kind of. I'm hyped.
Vibe out, dude. That's what I'm talking about.
So I'm gonna show you my build, and then I'm gonna take you on. Maybe we'll just do a quick tour of AOR, and maybe I'll just show you just a handful. Just not like go over it in detail, but I just want to show you a handful of things that I mean, where it's like now you understand why I don't think I'm that great, even though I'm happy with what I've done. But when you see the things that other people have done, and you're like, those people told me I'm doing great.
Sure.
You know what I mean? It's just. How?
Wild. Absolutely wild.
I am pulling the ego out. Let's go. We are pulling the ego out. Zipper is down. Let's go. All right. So.
The garage door?
It is.
Wild.
Yeah, that's just like my little starter base. All right, so here's the outside. The outside means absolutely nothing. Do not bother with the outside.
Who cares about what's outside?
But I will show you real quick.
Giant TV?
This
No, that's a painting.
this is one of my paintings. This is actually my painting.
Is that a finger?
No,
It's a cigar.
it's a boat.
It's a boat. I love this.
So this is my painting that I started. So what I wanted to do was basically before I started painting random things, my idea was I kind of want like, whenever I build a base on the server, I kind of just want like, not almost like a logo. I just want like a
Friendship.
cart. What's up? Let's go. Thank you for the 10 months.
That's
Appreciate you. So I wanted a painting that I could always post like on the outside of one of my builds. That's just kind of like my painting.
Sure.
And most people do random stuff. But in this particular case, I was like, what if I had a painting that was kind of like my signature painting, but was freshly drawn every month?
Okay.
So this is my concept where I'm gonna put myself in the boat with my character. So this is what my character always looks like. This is my character.
Okay.
Little pirate.
Pirate.
Obviously, I'm a pirate, but I call myself the soulless pirate because in the game, shoes make you louder. So I don't wear shoes because it makes you quieter.
Okay.
So my outfit is always this pirate, but I always wear
You're
shoes
always
because it's there. So I call myself the soulless pirate. So that's why down here I have soulless pirate down there because that is the. So if I ever like do like an RP build of like a bar, it'll be called the Soulless Pirate, or like a boat, it'll be called the Soulless Pirate. So yeah, but oil rig. This is a monument on the map that's out in the ocean that you can go to. So this is my first attempt. This was my very first one, and I thought it would be kind of cool if I just had like a signature painting that I always did every month. So this is the start of that. So this is my very first attempt at it. I have my next attempt. So this is my literally I just sat down and did this in like maybe 20 minutes.
Okay. Clean.
Maybe 30. It took me a while.
Sure.
The next one I did was like 2 days later. I was like, I just want to redo it from scratch. And I just want to, you just get to do it better and better.
Right.
So eventually the idea is that I'm going to have a painting of the ocean with oil rig in the back, the boat here, and then you're going to see me kind of just like kick back with my feet up.
Okay.
You're probably not going to see my whole body. I'm thinking of just doing like the legs down for right now. But it's going to specifically show my character, like the pants.
Yeah.
But it's going to specifically show bare feet.
Okay.
So again, the soulless pirate, and you're just gonna see like some dude kicking back with no shoes on.
No shoes. Yeah.
So that's the idea of this. But yeah, so this is me. So this is me learning how to paint, and this is like just different layers. Like you can see like just purple, blue, like because again, I love this UI. This UI has advanced so fucking much over the years.
That's so
like it
crazy.
used to be single colors, but now look at this.
So crazy.
These are all the different brushes you can do. You can do like splatter, solid with like a square, solid circle. Like a fuzzy circle, more fuzzy circle, all of these colors. So what they just added was this option. They just added this like a couple weeks ago.
Wild.
So you have a full control color palette, and they also added the this, which is you can save colors.
Okay.
Before, if you had a color,
you had to recreate
and you switch color, you had to go back and you had to know what colors you were using. Now you can just be like, I need that color again, or you can save favorite. No, but you can just save up to 4 favorites.
Okay.
So those are some.
That's wild.
What's going on, Car Man? Thanks you for showing up. What was going on? Trailer Park Girls go around the outside. If you're listening to that song, it's a great song.
Absolutely.
Always thought ninjas would have made the best pirates. Honestly, ninjas and pirates were. The difference is morals. Ninjas were those that could blend into the community. Pirates were those that just didn't follow the rules. But also, ninjas didn't follow the standard rules of combat. So there was a lot of overlap. I will say that.
There was. I genuinely feel like ninjas and pirates would have been, if they had really interacted, which I don't really think they did, but
They could have.
I
There's
feel like
nothing that says I couldn't have.
accurate, but I feel like they would have been more aligned than you think, because I feel like true pirates, they have their own code.
Oh yeah.
And ninjas also have their own code, and like I feel like but very similar.
Again, overlap was definitely there. Mutual respect was probably there, but there was definitely some moral and ethical division.
Yes. So I'm not going to work together with you on everything, but
Yeah.
with what we can abide, we can abide.
Also, thank you, Cart. I appreciate the kind words. I'm definitely working on, like, again, I've never painted in this game, let alone in any other game. So this was one of my first attempts at doing something. So I do appreciate that. And don't worry about the radio silence. It doesn't matter. Life always comes first. We understand that.
Absolutely.
And especially if it's D&D, I mean, you get into the end of your campaign with like an ending battle. Believe me. So Vixie is now back on a weekly gaming schedule with me.
Oh yeah, you were telling me that.
And it's one of those situations where I'm like, I'm not 100% like, I'm not nervous, but it's one of those situations where not only have I been hyped for this and been waiting for it for years, now that it's here, I'm also like, it's one of those benchmark and potential turning points. Like, this is one of those times that I call like flux, where I don't know. Like, I have multiple things planned.
Sure.
But I don't know which one is going to happen.
Yep.
It's all dependent on her. So it's like, now that we're finally here at this crossroads, it's like,
so many things are about to be decided.
Yeah. And it's just like, fuck, this is a big one. This is like, this is just a huge thing. I'm just like, so she's like, she has one more gaming session. She has one or two gaming sessions where she's going to lay out all of the plans, because basically where she's at is going to be invaded by someone that's after her.
Oh.
And she has 3 months to plan.
Okay.
So she's worked with all of her cohorts. She knows what everybody's can do. Everyone's come together and told her what resources they've been able to pull. So the next gaming session is her utilizing and outlaying those resources across the town that she's in. And then the idea is that after she's done planning all of that, there's like 4 or 5 parts of town that she's going to get to decide where she's going to be staying. She can't be everywhere.
Sure.
So she has all of these resources of all the people, and it's so great. It's one of those cool things where it wasn't intentional, but because of the way that she games and because of the way that she's interacted with the world, it's unintentionally one of those moments where she kind of gets to recap her entire campaign, because it's so big. She's literally gone through that mentality of like, who else can I call on? Like, who do I have favor with? Who are NPCs I've met that know me well enough that would come to my aid? Who are NPCs that I know would care about this big thing? Like, she's thinking of the sense of, even if you've only met them once, are they someone that just by happens, you know what I mean? So it's kind of,
is there like a giant battle that she's gonna like need?
Yeah. One is basically there are 4 the out of the 4 great thieving guilds of the realm. The Assassin's Guild is active. Or at least one of the generals of the Assassin's Guild, who is a necromancer, is after her. And he is basically, what she has found out is, not only is he on a path of revenge because she, as far as he knows, she didn't do it. But as far as he knows, she killed his apprentice. Now, not only was that a bad issue, because just pride, but his apprentice didn't return to him. And I don't mean that didn't return to him alive. He knows his apprentice is dead, and his apprentice didn't return to him. So not only is it a sense of pride, but as a necromancer, he's pissed.
Yeah, interesting.
Because that's power and control. Like, so it's 2 layers of, not only did you kill my apprentice, but where the fuck is my apprentice? Because I should have been able to recoup him.
Right.
And so she wasn't involved in that part. But he doesn't know that. He just knows that she was responsible for his death and he didn't come back. So what the fuck? So he's on a double plot of revenge. But then what she's also found out in the background from her resources is that it's very likely that this is kind of not only a last straw for him, but one of those situations as a general of this is the perfect storm. Not only am I about to lose my shit, but I have bigger things in the background working. So fuck it, now or never.
Sure.
Basically, long story short, currently, he has a huge history that she's learned about, but currently, it's known that he's on the path to Lich. everyone now believes this is his push for it.
Is this something that those that know, they are likely to be like, I want to stop this, like, because
so that's
like,
the
like
fun
objectively
so
another
that's the,
lich existing bad.
So that's the fun part about politics in High Point is, yes, there are some that care, there are some that don't, and there are some that do care but have pride in them. Like, for instance, there's a very particular powerful magical community. Well, I guess it's not really like a surprise anymore, because I think, because you know about Ness's history, right? Like, you know, how much do you know about Ness? Like, I actually don't remember how much you actually know about her.
I know a lot of the times we end up talking about these things. I and Vixie have talked about these things.
Like, do you know what she is?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So if you know what she is, so you then understand like the society and like the racial society that she has backing her. So you would think that they would care, and they do. Except her parents are kind of like outcasts because of personal life choices that they've made. Right. Basically, her parents are two different species of dragon, so they've intermixed, which is already a problem.
Yeah.
Then they had a kid, which was another problem. But that kid was conceived in human form, which was another problem.
Yeah.
So they're basically in all possible ways outcasts of every nature. But they used to also be part of a higher portion of society, basically what they call the High Guard. Basically, like like what we would call Delta or Rangers. Like they were the force of protecting everything. And so the idea was that obviously you think like, hey, that whole community, that whole thing, that's totally gonna care. And they do. So when they, her parents were finally like, we're gonna bite the bullet and try to contact people that, basically, send it through the secret lines.
Sure.
They got word back. It is a concern. Thanks for letting us know. But in the weird way, there are no alarm bells being rang. Because you know how politics actually works. No one actually cares what really happens in the world. They care about the aftermath. So what she doesn't know yet is that while they did inform Dragon Society and the entire thing, and they had plenty of people who probably easily could have helped, those in power who don't like her parents, who don't want anything to do with this, basically are looking at this as an opportunity of, well, as the High Guard, you were ordered to protect this ancient magical vault that's hidden below the town. We'll just, for ease of use, we'll just say it's hidden below the town.
Sure.
And that's part of why he's coming. It's not just to go after her character, because he knows she's here. But it's this compounding issue of the vault's here. He knows the vault's here. He knows she has means to open the vault, or did at one point. And she's also part of his apprentice's death. So again, multiple layers of revenge is happening.
Yes.
But it's also been reported that the reason why they can't get as much resources against him is because several of the people that they've asked to get resources were like, hey, yeah, this is a problem. Our people are working on it. Here's the problem, though. This isn't the only place he's striking. So this is his big conservative push, but they found out he's also telling other forces elsewhere to move forward, creating distractions. If you go attack a kingdom with forces you know are going to lose,
Sure.
But they don't know that. Are they going to sacrifice forces for someone else?
They're gonna, yeah.
So everyone looks at basically they're all looking at this and going, yeah, like 80% of his forces are here. But the other 20% are spread out so well that anyone who could help us is concerned about themselves.
Yeah.
Basically,
they'll leave themselves vulnerable if they do.
And while this location is his best chance for Lichdom, because he wants in the vault, because the items in there will get him to Lich him faster, he's not just attacking other places as a distraction. The other places he's attacking
have value as well.
have also passed to Lichstone. This is just the most immediate.
Yeah.
So that's why as all of the information comes in, they're like, this is probably it. He's probably realized that I've done everything I can. If I'm gonna do this,
this is his checkmate move.
Yeah.
This is his checkmate move, and he's like, either it's gonna work, or some shit's gonna get fucked up.
Yeah.
Like, either it's gonna work, or some shit's gonna, like, for real.
So he's dealing with, so she has to deal with all of that. So he's on his way. So she's gotten all of her resources. She's dealt with everybody she can. They're all bringing in what they can. She has a list of everything they can use. She has to distribute it.
Help her.
She thought about it. She was like, can I contact Dov? And she rethought about it. I'm like, she was like, no, I don't know him enough. Because she did, there are so many people
it's very true.
There's so many people she could have contacted, but she decided, no, because I've only met them once. Like, who would they care? Like, but I love this. I love that she's thinking through her character and not just, well, I met them and it's a threat. Isn't that enough? Because if someone just called you randomly and was like, hey, dude, I know for sure I can stop a nuclear bomb from going off.
Here's the deal.
Help me out. It's just not the same effect as if you trust them.
You know Dov's journey.
Oh, yeah.
You know exactly what Dov would say.
Okay, but here's the fun part. So you remember in The Matrix when the Oracle, one of my favorite lines in The Matrix, when the Oracle looks at Neo and is like, the real question is, would you have broken it if I hadn't said anything?
Yeah.
Is Dov available? Or is Dov unavailable? Unintentionally?
Am I unavailable unintentionally?
Again, would you have knocked it over if I hadn't said anything? Would Dov have had another chance otherwise? Like, you say like, oh man, Dov would be there in a heartbeat, but could you even possibly have been? Like, what? Like, just the idea of, because it's just more of that whole thing of like, but would you have ever been given the option? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
it's very true.
Is it in the fates that you're not there?
Absolutely. Like there is rhyme and reason for all things, and but again, like from his perspective, again, outside, because he's not actually aware of any of what's going on. But like just imagining, because right now it's kind of weird. Right now, I kind of view him as like not outside of time, but just like.
You are outside of time because you're time traveling. Like, when you time travel, the moment you become a time traveler, you are outside of time, because time, when you can do in a day of your life, you can be at 20-year intervals. What is time to you? Like, you are basically, like, unintentionally, you are living the life of the Doctor right now, because Dov has been in more timelines than Dov probably understands. Because out of game, you don't even know how many timelines you've officially been a part of.
I don't think Dov thinks he's in different timelines.
Exactly.
He just thinks he's in different places.
But that's the thing, is because as a DM, I've told you you've transported. I've told you you're in a different place. Mm-hmm. And I've told you out of game you're in a different time frame. But both in game and out of game, I've never actually given you time frames of, like, you don't know when Dov's official present. The day that you left Tiger's Bend and started this journey, you technically, both player and Kage, don't know when that present actually exists in the timeline. Think about that.
Accurate.
You left the nation. You left the Valley of the Four Nations.
Yeah.
You went to Tiger's Bend to follow your father. You had your first spirit walk, which sent you to the Faction 5, which was a time jump, and you didn't know that. You just thought it was a physical jump. But what was the present? Did Dov go? And that's why I love keeping this from you, is because from that get-go, you don't know if you went forward or backward in time, as well as space. You know you were somewhere else, but player and character, neither of them know what direction in time. And then every time you've switched since then, think about it. So if Tiger's Bend was
very true,
if Tiger's Bend was 5 and Faction 5 was 8, you don't know if seeing Ness was 1.
Yeah.
Or vice versa. You don't know if you started at 2, went to 1, then went to 9. Like, and that's the beauty of it, is I want that experience for you, because all of the things that, like, okay, so remember when you met Mab? Mm-hmm. You remember the 2 different times you met Mab?
Yes.
You knew by the way that she reacted to you, you were not dealing with the person in chronological order. You knew for a fact the way she dealt with you.
She was very different person.
This is not the person you had just met, and she was not speaking to you as if you had just met 2 days ago. This was assumedly a Mab in the future. This was definitely a more experienced, understood map than the one you had met. But that's the point, is I want your character to have those interactions, because I'm waiting for the day that you say something that doesn't align with where you're at.
And I'm not gonna lie, that's a fully Dov'd move.
Yes,
like, because
I'm waiting for
just imagine his first interaction with Queen Mab in the first place. Like, the entire reason any of that occurred was because he just speaks his mind. And you know, like, as respectfully as possible, but he speaks a lot of the times out of ignorance.
Oh yeah.
But weirdly enough, out of confidence. And so it's this weird dichotomy that he has, and that's gonna happen one of these days. He's gonna talk like he knows what he's talking about because he genuinely believes he does. And you know, it's gonna
it's just one of those things where that's what I love about the dynamic of playing that game, is like throwing you around the world. I don't have to bother with giving you the details, because that's the whole point. It's a spirit. You are on a soul quest. You are on a spirit quest.
Absolutely.
And the whole point is to figure yourself out. And you have no idea when any of this stuff took place. And the beauty is, at any point, I could send you right back to Tiger's Bend and have the dude pull you out of the water the same way he dunked you in. And so essentially no time has passed. And I could effectively place you anywhere in that timeline. Like, I could say that when he pulls you out of the water, 2 seconds after he dunked you in, you're in the Faction 5 group. Like, it could be that overlap, or it could have been 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Or it could have been 10 years in the future. And I love that, because when we finally get to that and we finally see your whole soul walk,
there is an end point to that.
it would just be great for you to finally see where you actually, like, if you could figure out, if Dog
I
would learn.
think that might be like one of the last pages that he has in his journal, is the little map of like when he had been. And
the best part is we haven't gotten to this yet because of just the situations that, you know, choices that you've made.
Sure.
But here's also the fun part. Now that you started time traveling, because you were going to follow in your father's footsteps. But the moment you started time traveling, imagine going somewhere that your father has been. Are you going to arrive before or after he arrived? Like, imagine going to somewhere that's in his book, meeting someone that he talked about, and then telling them things they don't know. Like, oh, you're the one that saved that bridge from burning down. Be like, what bridge? Like, we only have one bridge in town, and it's never caught on fire. Like, that's what I'm waiting for, is you to continue your journey, but not realize.
If some weird Doctor Who shit where like I tell somebody something and like it's because I told them that something happens, like, or no, not Doctor Who. That's Back to the Future type shit. But
it's both, actually. It's very both.
Both hand. Very, very true.
But that's why I love your characters, because that's what I'm playing with. Is I get to play around with the fact that you have no idea who or what you're dealing with. And that's what's great about it, though, is because I don't want you to. Because anybody who knew they were time traveling would constantly have that mindset of, well, am I in the past or the future? I don't want you to know or even think about it.
And genuinely, like, okay, there is it's this weird show. I keep seeing like clips for it where this guy's time traveling and he like meets his wife in like a bunch of different ages or whatever. I genuinely feel like Dov'd views his timeline as like a singular stream.
Yeah.
And it's wherever he is the stream. Like, that's the straight line, not necessarily whatever the time is.
As in,
everywhere else.
It's not that time has multiple streams. You're the mainstream, and anything else that happens is just the inlet of another creek.
Yes.
But it's not another time stream. It's just that's the event that's happening in my line.
At the very least, that's how he sees things.
That's actually a great way for anyone in High Point to look at time. Honestly, if there was any better way to look at time, that's it. Because every individual should look at time. See, this is the god of time. Like, the god of time in High Point wishes more people saw it the way Dob did. Because if everybody understood that time was an individual stream within the rivers of the universe, is how he puts it.
Sure.
So the idea is that you need to understand that you are just a single creek. You are a stream. And while your stream will intersect, merge, and diverge from the great rivers of the universe, your stream never departs from its path. So while you could look at all these, all these millions of streams going into one giant river and then millions of streams branching out, the God of Time always looks at it as like, here's your stream, and you enter the river, and then he can still draw a line with how your water goes
just
out.
your stream, yep.
But the thing is, yes, you mix and do all of these things and cause ripples in the universe, but at the end of the day, your path is still one path. Now, others can go into your path and out of your path, but you will always follow the same path.
Yep.
And it's not about fate and just like this, like you can't change your future, because that's how water works, right? Water will carve its way through the universe. But it's just the idea that it's not a river, it's a collection of streams. And while the collection can look like a river, each stream entering the river will exit the river by itself. And that's how the god looks at it, is there's a giant river and there's a million streams going in, but at some point the same million streams come out. Doesn't matter that they all intersected, it's where you entered and exit, that's your line.
Yep.
So the fact that God looks at it that way, that's fantastic.
So wild.
I love how we've just spent an hour ranting and we haven't even gotten to any of the topics today.
That's all right.
Haven't even gotten to the fucking distraction
Let's get to
today.
the tour. Let's get to the tour.
Okay, so we already talked about my little art project here. I'll show you some. Okay, so that was my very first one. I'll show you my upgrades.
Okay.
I've been arty. Okay, so we are outside of Shadow Moses. Let me first. This is what's cool about this map is, again, they give everybody a little bit of control, not full admin control.
Sure.
But check this out.
Oh, sick.
I can change the time. You can change the time to whatever you want, and it'll be permanent.
And this is, you changed it for everybody?
No, just me. So that's what's beautiful. Normally in this game, time just passes, and the server owners set how fast time goes. So a day can be an hour, so a day and night are a half hour each, or whatever.
Sure.
But in this server, everyone can custom set their own time because we're an RP server. So some people have builds that are great during the day. Other people do builds with lights. So they're like, set your time to 20, like 8 o'clock. Mm-hmm. So it's actually like, so I set mine to 19.8 or 7.8, which is like 7:45 in the morning.
Okay.
So sunrise. Now here's the really interesting part about Rust. This time, this 7.8 that I just set it to, if I wait a week and do this again, that sun will be there. Because the in-game Rust time matches the actual year. So Rust has actually programmed in that the later in the year it gets, the time actually changes in game. So
like daylight savings time type shit?
So like
That's
at 8 a.m. earlier in the year, we'll have the sun above the horizon.
That's
8 a.m. later in the year, we'll have the sun closer to the horizon. And then a couple months later, it'll be higher. So when I first started this build, my time that I set was 19.1. So 7:10.
Sure.
3 days ago, it was 19.8.
How often do you have to update that?
3 days ago, it was 19.8. 2 weeks ago, it was 19.1. Now I'm using 7.8 to make the light right. It's literally like every 5 days you have to double check.
That's wild.
Because it keeps up to date with real time.
That's wild.
That's something new in this game. But the idea of that. Oh yeah. Oh, we got a this or that from cart. Oh. Hold on. This or that from cart.
All right, let's hear it.
This rant isn't over yet. Who do you consider stronger?
Okay.
A Dracolich or a dragon that has vampirism for continuity's sake? They would be fighting each other or both at night. Sorry for clarity. The dragon with vampirism would be an adult ancient red dragon. So, Dracolich or vampiric ancient red dragon? Who's stronger? I already know. So by a technicality, I already know. Now, if you want just who's gonna fight, I hate it, but it always depends. There's not enough information here, but it's this or that. It's this or that, so I already know who I'm gonna choose based on my understanding of the two.
Okay. You know what?
I'm locked in, so don't worry. I already have my answer, my explanation.
You know, I genuinely don't know enough. Like, again, I know enough about being a vampire. I kind of know about dragons. Like, I kind of know about dragons, but and I know a decent enough about liches. Let me ask you this: would you consider Voldemort a lich? And his little Horcruxes or his phylactery?
No, because he doesn't have to collect souls. His phylactery is stagnant. Doesn't matter what he does.
So liches need to collect souls for their phylacteries?
They need to fuel it. Their phylactery needs to be fueled by souls.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the Dracolich. Dragon Lich. That's Dragon Lich, right?
Yeah,
Not like Dracula.
Interesting.
Okay,
So
good.
we're completely on different sides.
All right. Cool.
Because mine was the vampiric ancient red dragon. 100%.
Sure.
Yeah. For one main reason. Again, because this or that. We have no context. Because there's a lot of context here, right? Depends on a lot of factors.
Sure.
But purely based on the difference. If they were just the two types of same dragons, one was a Dracolich, one was a vampiric red dragon. Vampiric ancient red dragon all the way. And for one reason only. Because of the way that the energies work with necromancy, specifically in D&D, life is more prevalent than death. When it comes to, if you know how necromancy works, necromancy has limits and it has an expiration. Life continues. The vampiric red dragon will always have, it's kind of like the idea of Goku versus
you
Superman.
don't consider vampires undead?
They are undead, but where they get their power from is life. Where Dracolich gets power from is death. In the D&D canon, life is more prevalent than death. Because if you look at necromancy, in D&D, necromancy has limits and caps. There is only so much you can gather, like limits, like you can literally only raise so much with so many limitations, and you can only do it for so long. But if life persists, you will always have a source of power. That vampiric dragon is more like a god than the lich. Because yes, while the lich can always siphon off of life, life rebreathes itself, life continues, death runs out. Necromancers can't indefinitely use a dead body, they can't indefinitely use a soul. A vampiric dragon can indefinitely use a family lineage. They can literally breed their own food. A Dracolich cannot. The Dracolich has to only scavenge.
But are we talking about like how they would survive in?
It's power level. A Dracolich requires magic and spells because that's what a lich is. But it's a dragon, but it still requires feeding off of and utilizing the dead. But in D&D canon, you only get so much power. Like you can't amass infinite dead souls. You literally have caps. There's other ways to get around it, but that's when you need an army. But as a Dracolich itself, it has caps on how much power it can consume. It has caps on how much undead it can raise. It has a cap on everything it can do with the dead. And it has a time limit. Those dead will eventually deteriorate to the point of unusability. You can't, even rezzing a skeleton won't last forever. But a vampiric dragon, as long as life exists, it has power. It just needs to feed, and it does not need to kill. It doesn't need to feed the Lich's army to feed itself. It can feed off a human for its entire life.
Right, but I guess
so power level wise, a vampire who feeds off the living has a more infinite power source than a lich who can only temporarily use a dead soul or body.
I guess I might not be fully grasping what you mean by power source. Like
because a lich, the whole point of a lich is that it gets its magic power from its phylactery, which is powered by a soul. So every now and again, it has to recoup that power. It has to put a new soul in the phylactery. That's part one of a lich. But the other part is just you're a wizard, and you usually have necromantic power. More often than not, but not always.
Sure.
So a Dracolich is just a dragon who has immense, massive spell casting power, which dragons already do, but more so, and is fueled by undead souls. A vampiric dragon is all of that. They're basically the same thing. The difference is, again, the only difference of why I say a vampiric dragon is better is because when you look at their power source, a Dracolich needs dead bodies and a dead soul to power, and that soul will only last so long. But a vampiric dragon can have a family. It can have thousands of people that it feeds off of. So the thing is while that one only gets one soul at a time and has to replenish the one soul, and the things have to be dead, there's more living things that the vampiric dragon can feed off of. And vampires typically get more powerful the more they can feed. A Dracolich is only as powerful as its spells and the soul that feeds it. So there's, again, just purely based on how dragons, vampires, and liches work, liches have a power cap. Vampires and
like,
dragons don't.
I think I understand like the concept you're bringing to the table. I'm thinking of it more of like tactically, like when it comes to like what you're gonna do with your abilities and what your abilities, like, say, like, could I theoretically do enough damage to you that would be able to end your existence? Like, is there a limit to like what you could withstand from the attacks that I could throw at you type deal?
So 1-to-1, a lich can individually handle more because a lich will always come back if you don't hit the flak. But kind of the same thing with a vampire. Like, unless you obliterate it completely with sunlight, most vampires will come back if you don't completely obliterate it, just like if you don't completely obliterate the phylactery. So you could say that on a technicality, the lich has more survivability because it can hide its phylactery and will always come back. But power scale wise, the vampire will have a bigger power scale because the way that vampires feed and get more power, it will have a much greater cap. It will always be able to become more powerful.
The vampire would be susceptible to something like sunlight? The vampire?
It could be, but dragons are a little bit different, but yes. But here's the other thing too. Vampires don't have a power cap. Vampires can always get more powerful because both dragons and vampires get more powerful with age. Here's the problem with Dracolich. They don't age. So not only does a lich not get more powerful with age, only with knowledge.
You see,
the dragon,
I might contest that point.
No, because the dragon part is dead. The dragon no longer ages. The dragon no longer categories up. So while the vampire of the other side can get more powerful and the dragon continues to age because vampires do age, the Dracolich ceases to age, so the dragon side doesn't get more powerful, and the lich is only as powerful as its knowledge.
I might have a different mindset when it comes to that.
It depends on the lore, because again, if you look at how liches and vampires get power and dragons get power, you detail that, even though vampires are undead, they still age.
I will concede the PowerPoint that you are bringing to the table. Okay, like I concede the PowerPoint. I'm not disputing that. I think that similarly to how many people think that Batman could beat Superman, I don't necessarily think so. But I similarly to how people think like the way you can use strategy to defeat an opponent, the way you can like.
There's always like if someone can outsmart, that's the more on the play.
But that's my point. Yeah. It's like there's not like it's not just like a one and done because I have a higher power cap. It's what can we do in the confrontation that we have that could lead me to be able to not be able to come back.
And here's the other thing too. If you want to go into more things, a vampire just has more tactics. Like a lich is just a very powerful wizard. So this is a dragon who has natural magical ability, who's a wizard, and is undead, kept alive by a phylactery. A vampire is a dragon who continues to age. A vampire who continues to age and get more powerful can get more powerful by feeding off of the living, and as Cart mentioned, can also raise their own army. Now a lich, unless they're a necromancer, is only a powerful wizard. A vampire is a dragon, a vampire, and has an army of unlimited people that they can turn into.
But again, I'm not reading this question as army versus army. I'm reading this question as 1v1. I put you in an arena.
But that's why I'm saying is the vampire, because it can grow older, because it can get more power than the lich, purely based on how they work. As a lich, an undead dragon lich versus a vampiric dragon. The vampiric dragon just will be more massively powerful. Just simply by waiting, even no army. The vampiric dragon just has to wait. Once it waits any amount of time, it's more powerful. So even if they're the same age, head to head.
When you say more powerful, like I understand what you're saying, but again,
it has more damage, more health, more AC in every possible way.
No,
it's more powerful.
I understand. I haven't even got, but my point is, like, again, taking into consideration being able to use what this thing is to your advantage, use the ways you go about killing this thing.
I'd still say the vampire, because the vampire would be more clever.
That's fine. Like, I'm not gonna necessarily consider a vampire more. Like, I think there's dumb vampires out there. I think it depends on the person, not necessarily.
But again, when we're just looking at the types, a lich is soul focused. Their entire focus is magical power to be immortal. But a vampire dragon has no limitations on that focus.
I think it takes all types. Like, sure, but it takes all types. Like, you could have a Dracolich that's like that, but you could also not have a Dracolich that's like that, you know? So I'm just thinking less personality based, but like more like,
okay, I mean, even if we went just raw,
plausible,
even raw power, the vampire dragon still has more in its repertoire than the Dracolich. Because again, the Dracolich is an undead dragon who's just a wizard, who's just a very powerful wizard. Dragons are naturally anti-magic. So a vampiric dragon is already just like, so you're a wizard and you throw spells at me. Neither of us can throw spells at each other, but I'm a vampire. I'm more likely to be able to overpower you. Neither of us can kill each other, but all I have to do is find your phylactery. I can probably find your phylactery quicker than you can get me in sunlight.
You also know there are some very creative ways to make your phylactery. Your phylactery doesn't just have to be what people think it is. So
right.
If this Dracolich is smart enough to make his phylactery,
but here's the difference. Okay, but here's another difference.
May not be able to be destroyed like that.
Okay, but here's another difference. All I have to do is trap you. Like, you can trap me as a vampire, and I will live forever, and nothing will happen. Worst case, I'll just go to stone. But if I trap you and your phylactery runs out of power, you will die. All I will do is turn to stone, and eventually, if a drop of blood touches me, I'm back. You, if your phylactery runs out, done. So even if we get into an eternal stalemate,
I will say this very much depends on your vampire lore
No, D&D lore. We're only going D&D lore.
I don't know nearly enough about D&D lore to be able to go.
So, like I say, so even if we say these two are perfectly equal, the standoff would see the Lich die purely by.
See, I'm sure. I will.
I mean, you can look it up real quick. I mean, if you want to show like how a Lich keeps its power, if the Lich cannot keep up the phylactery,
I don't doubt you.
The vampire would just outlast it, even if they were at a perfect standoff.
Fair enough.
So again, unless you would say unless you just have the specific of one's more intelligent than the other. It's if you measure the way that their power scales, I don't see how, again, unless you put in the Lich is more clever or the Lich has more prep time. Unless you put in a caveat, the Lich's power doesn't match.
This is my mindset. My mindset is much more numbers than it is anything else. And I'll say that in the sense that it's like, okay, when it comes to the types of things that would be able to destroy one versus the types of things that would be able to destroy another, which one has more options available to them, which one has what do you call it, like more ways to protect themselves from those things in an easier way or more difficult way, things of that nature. It's like, and when you aggregate that over, potentially 100 scenarios repeated over and over again with people of different personality types, higher on one, lower on the other, like what's more likely to come out on top most often? Yeah. Like these are the types of things. And to me,
and that's why I'm going over all of these different scenarios. Like I'm trying to go over as many as I can because I do
like
believe
that make a vampire vulnerable like are more than the things that make a Lich vulnerable.
Like what?
Just like any of the things that, again, I don't know enough of the details like you do. So if you know what makes a vampire vulnerable, you could tell us. You could tell me.
But that's what I'm asking is that you're saying that you're wanting the numbers, but again, I'm giving you the numbers, and you're saying, well, I don't know that, so
no, I'm talking about a specific thing.
Yeah.
It's
But that's what I'm saying. But how would a lich, like, how many ways do you think a lich could outlive a vampire?
I think there's a way for a lich to set up a system where they automatically funnel souls into a phylactery that would be very challenging for a Draco vampire to destroy. I think that's possible. I think
Again, but we have to have all these caveats. But if we just put the raw data, right? Like just
Right.
But based on the book, what a lich and a vampire could do, or a Draco lich and a vampire dragon, right? That's what we were talking about. Without the specifics, so I could even make the same thing where, but I could see
exactly.
So when we're not thinking about these caveats and we're just looking at, again, the things that directly make them strong or weak, when you put those things directly up against each other,
right,
by default,
like,
the
I
lich
feel like
doesn't have anything.
Two holes for the lich, and I don't know what you are considering D&D lore, but again, sunlight, a stake through the heart, garlic, like all the very stereotypical vampire things. If you're telling me those things are not things that would make or hurt or potentially be able to eliminate a creature such as this, then okay, I don't know what I'm talking about. But I would think that those 5 or 6 things that I just listed off, and potentially more that there might be that would be vulnerable to a creature such as this, would count higher than the 2 things mentioned earlier about the lich being able to fill it with souls and being able to destroy the phylactery.
But that's only what keeps it alive. That has nothing to do with its power source. And again, I did give you multiple things that are D&D lore. So again, I'm just saying, it's like, if you have something that you're specifically thinking about, I would want to debate it, but
just what I said. But it's very fair. Like I said, I don't have enough receipts.
I would just say, like, yeah, just that's one of those things where it's like, look into the lore, because liches and vampires, I think, are some of like the greatest D&D canon.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it's putting those two together are very unique, because they do have completely different approaches and a completely different like just the level cap. I mean, this is like one of the issues with D&D is we talked about this before, like the idea of, did they really playtest all of this? Because they come up with some of these most fantastic ideas of these creatures. But when this is where like the min-maxing thing comes in, right? The people who like go into the deep of the data and find the best combinations. Sure. It's like, did D&D really think when they created these 2 massive, amazing supernatural creatures, did they try to ever think, well, if these 2 were supposed to be the same power, did they ever like actually pair them up and go, do they actually meet?
Sure.
And I think that's a lot of the problems, right? Is you see gods, you see dragons, you see all of these crazy things, but whenever you take just 2 isolated and you put them up, you're like, I don't know if you 2 are the same. I mean, you act like you're the same level, but I'm not so sure you 2 match up. And I think that happens a lot more in D&D than people give credit, because even with dragons, like, you think like traditionally dragons are supposed to be like one of the peak mortal races. But if you really dig deep just in between dragons, you're just like, none of you are fucking on the same level. There's like dragons here. There are some dragons that are less than human, and dragons that are like almost better than gods. And you're like, how are you all the same category of shit? That's not fair. You can't have chromatic dragons and crystalline dragons and cosmic dragons and say, well, they're all the category of dragons. That's bullshit. Because one's nearly a god and one's nearly a human.
It's very fair.
That's not fair to say, well, they're all the same. That's the problem, is like when D&D says there's this echelon of, creature, there's no commonality sometimes between the 2 fucking creatures. And it's like, because I see this a lot with undead. You take like a banshee, a wraith, a ghost, a zombie, a ghoul.
Yeah.
And you're just like, okay, they're all undead. But when you start to compare them, you're like, yes, everything should have like a slide scale, right? There should be easy and hard.
Or your difficulty level or whatever.
But when you think about it, right, you're like, oh, undead are a category of difficulty. But then there's plenty that fall out of that category because they're so easy, they don't even belong in the undead category. And then there are others that are so difficult, it's like, it's not fair to call them undead because nothing that works on undead work on them.
Sure.
And that's where like
D&D, things.
And that's the problem is D&D is trying to categorize so many things that they've lumped things together where it's like those aren't the same anymore. Sure. Actually, you know what? It's not the same thing, but it's the same argument that I make for why I disagree that paladins were what they used for oath paladins. Like I 100% agree, oath paladins are a cool concept, and it was well deserved to put the oath paladin in the game.
Sure.
But the fact that they diverged from the divine paladin to do it is where I say that's a problem. Like I think the concept of
you think that should have
class that is based off of oath and gets its power from an oath is 100% worthy.
Right.
I don't like that they took paladin and fit it into that slot. I think clerics and paladins were perfect for what they did. I think oaths was a great add-on. But the fact that you took away from the cleric paladin duality of the divine
sure
is the problem. I think oaths should have just been a brand new class.
Okay,
not
so
a divergent.
Out of curiosity, because I have thought on that vein that something like the war paladin. There's a subclass of paladin called like the war paladin or whatever, or not paladin, cleric.
Yes,
there's a war cleric. Like my perspective, like that subclass is basically a paladin, the divine version. Like that is like I don't necessarily think that paladins need to be different than clerics class-wise.
See, I do, but ironically, that's coming to that. It's so funny. I had a comment. It's so hilarious. We're an hour and a half and we haven't even started anything we decided.
I mean,
I love it. This is what D&D Discussions is all about. So
that's what we're here for.
I had a comment on TikTok, and it's funny because you're hitting on a similar, like, not nerve, but a vein.
Sure.
That comment hit. And the comment was trying to tell me of all people, that, and get this, and I think you'll appreciate this. They tried to tell me that 5th edition was more created and more focused on the narrative than the mechanics. Because I had the audacity to say that 5th edition was more combat based, and back in the day, it was more about the story. And someone had the audacity to tell me, no, 5th edition there's been no other edition that has been more focused on the narrative than 5th edition. I thought that was the most absurd fucking comment to tell someone like me, where the literal first games had no fucking rules. Like, you literally told a story and it had some basic guidelines, and you're telling me your game that is fully combat focused and is giving all the power to the players is more narrative based? Shut the fuck up. Because I'm telling you, there is no build that can't work in 5th edition. But the problem is there were builds that couldn't work for certain games in 2nd edition because it didn't fit the narrative. I'm just saying, that one pissed me off. But I'm not saying that you're hitting the same nerve, but you're hitting on like a same topic, right? Which is, again, just generational and definitely edition based, right? Is how people approach like just different editions and all of that. So from someone from the older editions, I think that the cleric paladin suited a great need, right? And again, this is more narrative, because the reason why paladin, cleric of the divine were a great duality. Cleric was the proponent of the religion. It was the spreader. It was the salesman.
So
the paladin was the defender. The paladin was essentially the mortal holy knight, whereas the cleric was there to help, heal, and pass the word. The paladin was to do action in the name of the god. So again, narratively, this is why there was a separate.
It sounds like you're talking about a role that they played.
Exactly.
So,
but in the newer model, which is why I kind of miss, like, I wish that we still had the paladin for the concept of being like the
For
the
clarity's
hard
sake,
hand.
that's
of
what I
divine.
was talking about. What I was talking about is keep that role, bring that role back, because I'm agreeing that that's.
But you think it should be a cleric subclass, which
I mean,
again, I don't agree with, because I think again, cleric, for me, the subclasses should all be a variety of like the different deities they follow, the different powers they have, and the ways that they spread religion. Whereas I think there's a valid aspect of paladin with subclasses that are all how they utilize their god's power. But again, I still also think the oath was its own thing. Just the concept of someone being able to energize themselves based off of they told the universe, I will accomplish this. It's basically a deal. It's almost like a universal warlock, right? Like I look at the oath paladin as almost like you're a warlock with the universe. You told the universe, grant me the chance and I will accomplish this. And the universe was like, bet, I got you. I want to see that happen. You know what I mean? Has no like war, like with a warlock, the patron has its own ideas, it has its own interests. But like I just love this idea that someone just put it out there in the universe. Basically. Yeah, they just said their soul basically made it happen. Like they used their soul to cast a spell and say, I need this thing to happen in the world so badly, I gained power only for that factor. And I love that. I think, like, honestly, it's one of the few things in 5th edition I will say is one of the best things they've ever done. Like, I rarely praise 5th edition for anything they've ever done. But that is one of my favorite things that 5th edition has ever come out with, is the Oath class. I personally, with no bearing on correctness, like I don't have any bearing on whether or not I'm correct. Personally, I just don't think that turning the paladin from divine to oath was the way I would have done it narratively, because I still think that on the mortal level, there's a great narrative story to be had where there's people who push your religion, people who follow your religion, and people who defend your religion. And
so you kind of wish the name stayed. It was just the name.
Well, even the way that subclasses work. Like, think about how the fighter subclass divides. The paladin, the fighter of a god, I feel has so much more versatility. Like, I loved paladins, but one of my gripes of paladins in 2nd edition was it was so hard to make them feel unique. Out of every other class, paladins were very difficult because the way that we did it back then is it was all based on the god you followed. So it was a lot more onus on the DM to tell you what specific things that god gave you on top of just being a paladin, right? You got your normal class stuff, but you try to fill it in with the personality, with the personalness of it.
Sure.
Nowadays, knowing subclasses exist, that would be so much easier. You could have a tank paladin, fighter paladin, magic paladin. But again, a paladin, the defender of the faith, the defender of people, whereas the cleric is the healer. Like, right now, paladins have, like, you know, they also heal and they also are tanky, which is fine. But by making them more oath, I just feel like we got rid of this duality of there's the people that present and push the faith and people that defend the faith. And then the oath paladins, I just feel like, again, and this is just pedanticness.
Sure.
Paladin just means divine to me. Like, paladin means that you were chosen, you have risen above the ranks. Saying that you're an oath paladin means nothing. You're just a dude who has a fucking desire. It's like, it's just, calling it a paladin is almost just like saying, I care so much, I'm divine. And that's pedantic, this, I get it. Because anybody who wasn't pre-5th edition doesn't know the paladin like I know it. So they don't care. But for me, paladin, even just historically in the real world, comes with a certain connotation. Sure. It comes with this mindset of you represent something bigger than yourself. But when you say that you're an oath paladin, it's more like you're on a revenge path. Like, yeah, your oath could be bigger than you, but I don't necessarily, those words don't evoke the idea that you're here for something bigger than you. Like, when you're a paladin of a deity, you have given up everything. You give up your money, your possessions, your life for this purpose.
It's almost like it's for another's will. Even if your will kind of aligns with theirs will, it's still another's will. Whereas it's just this will that I have.
It's a perfect example of the difference between an oath paladin is selfish, a divine paladin is selfless. Because a divine paladin is 100%, I am nothing in comparison to my duty. But an oath paladin, in my opinion, is a nothing is important other than my duty. Whereas a paladin is I'm not important compared to my duty. Oath paladin is nothing's important compared to my duty. And that's and again, pedanticness. This is not reality. This is not how D&D states it is.
Sure.
But as someone who's played since the beginning, telling me that a paladin went from this, I am going to sacrifice everything of my personality or my personal choice for the greater good of what I believe is the greater power, to I want something so bad I'm powerful for it, kind of diminishes the reality of what a paladin was. And again, I don't believe that in 5th edition, when they do subclasses, there will never be enough subclasses in the cleric side to fully encompass what the paladin was covering. I think there was a valid amount of paladin subclasses.
Would you feel different if in 5th edition they call what is now known as paladin, if they gave it a different name?
Absolutely, that's my point. If they just gave it the Oath Taker, if you just called that class the Oath Taker, and it was 100% the same, and then just gave me the Paladin class back, was just a fighter with some divine power, I'd be done. I'd be fine. No more arguments. It's pedantic. I know it. But on a fundamental level, an Oath Taker is a brilliant fucking idea. Do not get that wrong. But it's not the same as someone who is dedicated,
I definitely agree with
devoted, and sacrificed everything.
I'm actually curious if what your idea of that paladin class would look like
in 5th edition.
Yeah,
I think why don't we just do that? Why don't we just fucking do that? Write it down. Let's make our own actual 5th edition proper paladin subclass.
I'm very curious because
we do the main class and then we do subclasses.
No idea what paladins looked like in earlier editions.
Let's do it. I'm gonna write that down, and we're gonna do that. You've heard it here. We are gonna do that.
Be right back.
I'm gonna put that in our admin chat. All right. That's it. That's what we're going to do. That's what is going to be in the ADMG or APHB. We are going to absolutely create the 5th edition paladin the way I see it. That is 100% what we're going to do. That's what 5th edition deserves. It deserves the divine paladin coming back with its own subclasses, and we can turn the current paladin into the Oath Taker, which is what it always should have done, because it's a brilliant fucking idea, but you've taken away from the divine need of someone sacrificing so greatly that a divine being has bestowed upon them their respect. That is what we need. Seagart, I'm glad you agree with me about the vampiric thing. I'm just saying, I know that a lot of it is just difference in opinion and difference in knowledge of D&D, but I still think 100% the vampiric dragon would absolutely take a Draco Lich. I just, knowing how the power scaling work, I can't see it otherwise. So again, yeah, theoretically that could work too. There are things with woods and vampires, but again, dragons are also clever. Like, that's the hard thing, is that's why I was trying not to do like the whole thing of take into consideration like specifics or contingencies or anything else like that, because yeah, you could say that, but I could also give you 1,000 ways where the vampire dragon would guarantee that couldn't happen, right? Like, that's the problem, is when you take down the individual specifics, it's kind of like the game Super Fight. You know what I mean? Where you create a superhero and then it's just an argument, and then it's everybody votes on who they likes it.
Is purely a game of opinion.
Exactly. And it's not your opinion, it's the group's opinion. And I think that's kind of the same thing with this Draco Lich vampire thing, right? Like, we could individually come up with endless scenarios where the one you chose would overdo mine. And that's the hard part, right? Is there's always a scenario that you can think of where one would out-clever the other. And it's hard to strip that away, because even by pure numbers, right? Like, think about this. If you took just 2 creatures, you could easily say, well, if I used this creature's attacks this way, I'd overcome you. And then you could be like, well, if I was smart enough and I saw that coming, my creature would do this and use one of these abilities and stop you. And that's kind of like, it's almost like a Reddit conversation where, yes, if you had perfect knowledge, yes, you could both basically stalemate each other. But at the same time, how many times have a DM looked at an encounter they planned and go, oh, my party will fucking easily just walk over these guys. I have 5 people, they're all level 5, and there's 3 wolves. They'll walk over them. It's almost a TPK. Or how many times have you been like, I can't TPK these guys. Round 1, your BBEG is dead. That's what I mean by like, contextually, we could sit here forever. But when you want to compare numbers like you were asking, can we even do that though? Like, even if we had raw numbers of a Dracolich and a dragon both at 2,000 years old, do the numbers even tell us anything though? Because again, how many times have you done a BBEG where you're like, I know this is gonna be a challenge, and they just do something where you're like, well, fuck.
There's a reason why they say the dice.
Exactly, and that's why I'm like, I don't even know if your question before was, even if we compared the numbers, even if you could honestly put both a Dracolich and a Vampire Dragon in numbers, does that still even give you anything to go off of? Because that's not how the game works. The game isn't Magic, the Gathering, where you're just like, well, I have a 2/4 and you have a 4/2, so we both die. Like, that's not how this game works. There's so much more if, then, but this, but also, and then, well, reaction, counter. It is one of those things where I love this game because everything's opinion. Because no matter how much you break it down, there's still always that, but I could. You can even say, look, my guy has 500 more health than you. He hits 30 more damage than you every attack. And he has, 18 more AC than you. I could still win. You know why? Because I can crit. And it's dumb, but it's true. The concept of there's no way to actually put two things side by side and actually say guaranteed. Like you said, like, what was it you said? If you were to run every scenario 100 times and see the aggregate, you could not say for certain this one will always win. Because in aggregate, there's always a way that something can. And I kind of like that I think that's why D&D is our topic of choice. Because you can't get mad at someone disagreeing with you, because at the end of the day, you're just like, yeah, but you could be right though. Like, you could be fucking right. And I don't like that. But you could be right. And maybe that's the great thing. Maybe that's why we all like it, is because technically no one can be wrong. And no one likes to be wrong. Let's face it. Maybe that's why we all like D&D, is because at the end of the day, you can still shrug it off and go, I like my idea though. I mean, isn't that what we do every stream? We're just like, I may be wrong, but I like my ideas. All right. Fucking hell, we're basically through a normal stream and we haven't done a single thing we planned to do today. I fucking love it.
We got 7.8.
Oh yeah, we got 7.8. I love that I keep going away from the game, just because we keep having. This is why I love D&D discussions as a generalized topic, is because I still, 2.5 years in, I don't think we've ever had what I would consider, not including reviews, right? Just D&D discussions as the open topic.
Sure.
In 2.5 years, I don't think we've ever had a successful D&D discussions episode. As in, we have never started a D&D discussions episode, gone through the topics we intended to, and ended the stream. We have always derailed.
Here's the deal.
And you know how many times we've never even gotten to the topics at hand?
See, I disagree. There definitely are those times, but I would say I could go back through our VODs and I could find one where we said we want to hit these points, and by the end of the stream, we had hit all those points. Now,
but not only.
I will say,
that's my point. We've never stayed on track.
But see, as you have said many times, we are here for the tangents. Tangents are a part of D&D discussions just as much as everything else is.
Yeah.
So I don't consider that derailing. I just call that, the other track.
It's the vibe. It's just the vibe.
It's the other track.
It's fair. I love that every time we sit down and we're like, okay, we're gonna do a D&D discussions episode. We have topics, every fucking time, somehow, we just, I love it. I love it though.
Shit happens.
You know, honestly, it's even better because A, that means that we can just save these topics for another future date. And B, it tells me that no matter what, we don't need a plan for content because we will always make our own. Like, we have just been sat here for an hour and 45 minutes or an hour and a half talking about everything but the fucking topics at hand. We don't need topics.
Even the pre-topics.
Even the fucking pre. Okay. We gotta take a pause from D&D.
All right, let's get it.
Quick pause from D&D for 5 minutes. Okay, so where were we last? Okay, I showed you all my picture. I changed the time because we can do that. Also, outside of my little base here, I have this for anybody who wants to do the tour. So, for those that know, if you know, you know. You can take a wetsuit and do the thing.
Legit.
There's also these boxes that are costumes.
Amazing.
So people can actually like if you actually want to.
Amazing.
And it actually covers your vision.
That's cool as shit.
And that's what you look like.
That's cool as shit.
So it's fucking great. I love it. I fucking love it. It's great. So yeah, so I have that out here for for people who if they know they know. Okay, so here's how the tour works. So everyone's gonna start out here, right?
Oh, that's sick. I love that sign.
Yeah.
That's cool as shit.
So people will start out here, the outside doesn't look that great, but they start out here, you get the time, you get to see who did it, you get to have this. So you set your time and the thing goes. I do love, so these are neon signs in game. And in some servers, they let you upload real images. So I was able to upload our emotes.
Sick.
As well as this actual game logo.
Fire.
But I just wanted the emotes out there just in case,
Because hell yeah.
It's kind of cool to just have them cycle through. But yeah, so this is the Metal Gear Solid. So, if you don't know, you don't know. But here is the entrance, right? So everyone starts their entrance here. You get a quick little reference guide. So these are the two pictures that I use as reference. So we have level 1, the docks, the famous stairs that you start on, your 3 guards, and your elevator. And then you get up there, you have all your stuff, your helipad, your little room here, and then your little exits, right? So let's enter Shadow Moses. Here's another reference image that I use, kind of another in-game view to just kind of tell everybody, just so you can get familiar with the game again, be like, oh, I remember these memories, right?
Got you.
So here is the recreation of Shadow Moses.
Sick.
So here's the entrance that you would have had. So technically you were coming in from underwater. So here's that circle that's on that first map. Okay. This is where you would have entered from the submarine.
Yeah.
You would have come up here. And then here's the famous stairs that you start at. Here's all the lights on the little dock area.
Nice.
This was supposed to be piping, but I don't have actual in-game piping. So you do what you can.
You got some barrels. All right. Legit.
But I wanted to have some reference pictures. So here's one of the reference pictures from in-game. You're at this little thing. You have these 2 barrels, right? So you're at this thing, and you have 2 barrels that you can't walk past.
Nice. Okay.
So in-game, you have to crawl underneath here. You have the room with all of the pieces. You have this little thing that you can hide behind this guard. There's another reference photo here. So this is that thin box that I just walked around.
That's clean.
And the guards down here looking over the water. That's the elevator. Elevator being over there.
Right.
I would have put that light there, but it's very difficult to get a light on that. But I might still try that, but not that big of a deal.
Fair enough.
Little spot over here. Another little area that you can crawl under. What's really nice actually is over here. So I have this guy over here. And I have up there, you can't really see it. Right there. You see that little nub right there? That's pointing out?
Yeah.
It's like a tiny little nub.
Uh-huh.
That's a heartbeat sensor.
Oh, shit.
So it doesn't activate when I'm in here, but when someone walks down this hallway and they hit right about here, right underneath the heartbeat sensor,
uh-huh,
I'll show you what will happen. I have to run outside real quick to activate. Actually, you know what? I don't have to. I can. Actually, no. No. I don't want to. So when you walk close enough, that heartbeat sensor activates, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're not me, I don't know this. If you're not me, and you activate that heartbeat sensor, which activates all this. This is in-game electronics, by the way.
Wild.
This is how it works.
So
like
some Minecraft redstone type shit.
Kind of.
Except way
So,
more advanced.
This is power.
Okay.
That's an electrical branch, so power goes in and then branches off 2 different ways.
Okay.
That's a timer. So these are all timers where power goes in, power goes out, and then there's an on button, and then it will let power through for a certain amount of time.
Sure.
And this is a blocker, so it'll let power through unless power comes in through the outlet. So it's it's always through unless. That's an OR switch, so it only lets power through if 2 points are receiving power. So it's a lot of logic. It's like, actually, if you know electronics and you know computers, this stuff comes easy to you.
Yeah.
Because it's just logic gates. And it's setting power output.
The hardest part for me is always formatting. It's like, well, where do I position these things that I'm not like drawing these wires like in the most confusing ways?
Yeah, and so you see, I try to make it to where it's easy for me to follow. But yeah, it's complicated. But when you walk past that heartbeat sensor, so basically what happens is this thing is connected to the heartbeat sensor. So power goes up to the heartbeat sensor. It comes back down through this, and then it does all of its logic. And basically all of this logic is saying when the heartbeat sensor goes off, play a sound, kill the sound after a few seconds, otherwise it'll just keep looping.
Sure.
And prevent the heartbeat sensor from going off for another 30 seconds. So it doesn't just sit there and fucking trigger and trigger and trigger.
Gotcha.
But when you get close, you know where I showed you, when you get close to that little mannequin, this is what happens. Or to do this way.
Wild. Love it.
So that's all that happens, is it triggers all of that. And again, you can see here when it triggers, it has to trigger in a specific order, but you'll actually watch, these things are specifically timed. So when I go trigger, you'll actually see the timer go down.
Got you.
So one powers the boombox, the other one tells the boombox to turn on, but once it's on, it loops. So the timer that turns the power box on has to also turn it off before the sound loops.
Got it.
So I have to set them up properly to where one turns on, one hits play, but then the other one turns it off before play can continue to
hit again.
It's crazy. It's fun though. It's like little crazy stuff.
That's very cool.
So that was my first little Easter egg. I just recently added that. But that was my first little Easter egg for people walking around here. If you get too close, like, you can walk around, but if you get too close to him, you'll get right about here and it'll go boom. Just like in the game, right? I kind of thought that was kind of fun.
That's cool.
And then I have this little Easter egg over here because this was a forklift that you hide behind.
Oh, okay.
But behind the forklift, if you know, you know. It is that is the symbol in game for the ration.
Oh,
that's the little icon for the ration.
I didn't know that.
So if you know, you know. But it's the fucking ration icon. Legit. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna keep this here. As anybody who passes by, they're gonna be like, oh, I picked up a ration.
Did you have to customize that?
I had to paint that by hand. Like, oh, oops, that wasn't supposed to be that. I was supposed to hold it. It's a spinning wheel. So that's.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
I wanted to point up that way.
Oh,
damn it! So now I had to do this the first time I did it.
You had to spin it around until it hit the right spot. That's cool.
But yeah, if you go into paint sign.
Oh, that's cool.
I painted that.
That's mad legit.
I think I actually painted it like that, but yeah. So you just paint it. Oh yeah. Oh no! It was fine. I don't know why I hit it again. It was fine.
Disrespect.
Okay. I don't know why, but I just think it was. I just think it looks better
in that way. Yeah.
Nope. You can tell. You can tell when it slows down. It's not going to end there. I ruined it. I'm gonna be here for the next hour. Come on. I don't need to do this on the stream now. I can always do this later. Oh. Yeah! Fuck off.
Perfect.
All right, so you got this little Easter egg over here, so you get too close to this guy, and you know, the little
Yep,
like,
yep.
you've been caught.
Is that the case for every...
Anybody who comes in here and they get near that...
For every person, or just that one person?
Anybody who goes near it, it will do that, and then it'll have a 30-second countdown. But every 30 seconds, anybody who comes near that hallway, that will happen.
What about a different hallway with a different person? Or is it just that one?
It's only that one spot.
Okay.
Like that one
was my
heartbeat
question.
sensor does that
That was
just this little corner. So
No, but that's cool. That's hella cool.
so here's the second Easter. So that's one Easter egg. That's Easter egg number 2.
Sure.
This is Easter egg number 3. Is, you know, you have the big call button that was in the game. Do you remember what happened when you called the elevator?
Dude, no. It's been so long. It's been so long since I played this game. Bro. Dude, I think the last time I played that game was before I was in the military. That was like Y2K.
Right.
God bless. I mean, like 2020. 2002. Yeah.
One. There's some good stuff here. I'll show you all.
Good stuff.
Just again, it's nice to show off a little bit. Oh no. All right, so you know, here's the intro to the game. Go through the water. You come up through that tunnel I told you about. There's the overview of the room we just went through.
For sure.
And here's like some other, you know, just little walk around spots. And then you get up to the thing, you call the button.
Nice.
So that's what happens in game, right?
Nice.
Let's go back to my game. Let's call our elevator.
Nice. Nice.
then
Nice.
And then when you go back up, it even has the alarm too.
Nice.
I was really happy with that one.
Nice. Very nice.
You never have Metal Gear spoiled. What do you mean spoiled for you? Yes, this 30-year-old game, we're spoiling it so much.
Wild.
All right, so up here you have the first reference frame I showed you, and then the second reference frame. So
Now this one's got all the goals on it instead of the other one.
yeah, just to kind of show you, like, you know, some more stuff. So you first come up here, and you can kind of see here, like, this is where we're gonna start. You know, there's that little like little box. So you start over here, you come up, you know, looks pretty right. You have this little box, which is where we're sitting right here. That's where we're standing, right?
Okay.
In this little thing. And then there's the area, so you can even see, like, when Liquid Snake landed.
Right.
So when I told you I got inspired to make this build even better, these sounds are part of what I decided to make better, because when I had those streamers come over, those YouTubers, and they were freaking out about my build, they kept like quoting the game, and I'm just like, man, you guys are inspiring me. So this is one of the things I decided to do, is one of them, they saw this helipad and they started quoting the game. So I grabbed one of the quotes that they said.
Okay.
So this is one of the quotes that they made, and I'm just like, I have to put that in. So this picture, when it lands and there's Liquid Snake, you hit this, or if you hit the button when you're up here.
Colonel, what's a Russian gunship doing here?
Wild.
Because that's one part of the cutscene when you get up here is when this thing lands, you're like, what? A hindy. So there's your Liquid Snake. And he's just talking with the dude just like in the photo. And that's the in-game helicopter.
That's fucking clean, dude.
And then we go over here, go around. This is all stuff I had to place. Like, this is actually not even part of the map. We're just floating up here.
Wild.
But yeah, we place all this. So this is that walkway with the four with the 4 things. Like, I'll show you back over this way. It's hard because we don't have, like, if you don't know, you don't know. But, like, over here, like the 4 areas that you can walk around. So this is where we just did the sound. So we walk around this area, and that's where you get these.
Yep.
And then they go all the way to the back. This is our helipad with all of our, ways down. That's our truck. That's one of the ways that you can exit.
Yep.
If you were inside. There's that room that you can come in over here.
Oh, shit.
They usually pick up like a little shaft grenade here or a stun grenade.
Right.
And then there's this little box you can hide behind. That door is technically closed, but you can hide behind all of these. You can hide behind this thing. I can show you over here. Technically, this door is always locked. They're just kind of showing you, like, there's that room you can go into, and there's that little thing right there, and then that one I can hide behind. I was just mentioning, same thing with here. You can go into this room, can't go into that room, and then there's that little thing you can hide behind.
Right.
But then we also know that there's an exit behind this guy, an exit up here, right? And then the exit on the truck. So what I ended up doing was, because you have that room, and you have all of these guys and the truck, right? So sure, the truck is technically one of the exits, and technically you can get in.
Okay.
Just,
cool.
I mean, just because.
And then credits roll.
Yeah, credits roll, then you're inside. But there's an exit right there. I actually painted that.
That's clean. That's clean.
I even got, like, you see, like, the little shading. I'm very proud of, like, my shade. It doesn't look as much here,
right?
But you can tell here,
badass.
like, the light shading.
Yeah.
So again, this is what I love about this game. There's painting in this game, so I was able to paint the fucking exit door. And then I even got, like, the camera up here, little camera guy up there. Nice. Also a camera right here.
Nice.
And then when you come up here, because you're able to crawl up here, there's that little spot that you can hide behind. There's the guy. There's your closed vent.
Nice.
That you can't get into because it's closed. And there's the open vent.
Can you copy?
Yeah,
your
that's
images?
an actual copy.
It's the same one.
This is the same image because you can actually copy paste.
That's so wild. That's very cool.
And you can come around here. So this is it. This is Shadow Moses as I've built it.
Dude, that's badass.
I'm very happy. Oh yeah, and then there's this little thing over here. There's this guy. Remember when I said that you can wear the box?
Oh yeah.
So I had this guy doing the whatever. Because if you're over here, you're like, what's this guy doing? And then you're gonna see the box on the mannequin, so you can actually see the feet underneath.
That's clean.
So it actually looks like the game. And then if you're exploring enough,
nice.
You'll find a button.
Nice. That's clean.
You hear it?
Yeah.
It's just a box phrase. It's the huh?
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 It's just a box.
Just a box. So I have that as just like a little bit of that Easter egg of if you hit that button and you hear it and you're just like, just a box.
I want somebody who grabbed the box at the beginning, hit the button, and run in front of it, so that it's like looking at them as it happens.
That's why I just have him like, yeah, because I put him first, but I just like it's just a box. But yeah, that is my build in Rust for Shadow Moses. It's 100% done. All of the stuff is done. I got all of this, like, I was able to do like all of the same looks as like this, because if you look here, the whole thing is like built into the mountain on either side.
Right.
So I was really able to like use some of the features of this server to like build up the mountain here. As you can see, like, this isn't connected to anything. Like, there's an actual mountain right there, but all of this is pieces I placed. Like, there's a little gap here.
Interesting.
I mean, you can even see.
Yeah, that is wild.
If we go down here, you can even see. You can't see half of the shit.
Yeah.
Because it's what we call nature market. But yeah, that's Shadow Moses. I was so happy about this.
Dude, that's...
When am I going to make the actual Metal Gear? I've been thinking about it. I've actually been thinking about it.
Friendship.
Woo! Hecate, what's going on? Thank you for that 15 months. We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
What's up?
Welcome to Shadow Moses. But yeah, I'm super thrilled. I'm 100% done. I've gotten all the skins that I need done with everything. So I'm super happy about this build. Everybody that's seen it is super thrilled, and I can't wait because I'm part of the actual official Rust tour, or the official server tour at the end of the month. So
nice.
This will be toured by
Nice.
potentially famous streamers in like 2 weeks. Or in like less than a week. And I'm nervous but excited because I'm gonna be the one doing the tour. So I might be in front of several thousand people in like 2 weeks.
That's good shit.
Like
That's
we've been in
good
front
shit.
of like a half a dozen, maybe a dozen before. I'm probably gonna be doing this in front of like potentially up to, I would say reasonably, when it comes to the actual tour, I will probably be presenting this in front of at least 4,000 to 10,000 people. And that's very conservative. Because again, if there's
crazy.
more than one streamer, it could be well over that. But out of the 2 or 3 streamers that I know will be part of the tour, easily between 6,000 and 10,000 viewers.
That's wild.
So
That's wild.
yeah, it's kind of one of those things. Thank you, Hecate. We appreciate you. You know we do.
Always.
All right.
Always.
Well, we're 2 hours in. Kage, chat. Now that we've seen my base, do we get to D&D discussions as we planned it, or do I take a flight around the map and show you guys some of the artwork that the Art of Rust has? Like I told you, like you saw my little vent. It's cute.
Yeah.
You want to see artwork? I can show y'all some fucking art. Like, and I'm not talking about just like, okay, they're artistic. I'm talking about like, you will think that these people couldn't have done this in the fucking game. Like, it's not. It's literally like, you know, that I was able to do those images where I just uploaded it.
Yeah.
There are some drawings on here. It's hard to tell whether or not they did that. And if they didn't stream it, you would not have known they
Wild.
fucking drew it.
Very impressive.
Let's see. Who do you think would win? Oh, okay, that's for Hecate. I thought you were asking us another question, Card. I'm like, oh, same question. All right, so let me do a quick vote in chat. Kage, make sure you also vote for this one because I won't. So, poll in chat. What next? What next? Rust art or D&D discussions? Y'all have 5 minutes. Start.
Get you some.
As much as I would love to see the other stuff, there's days for that, but I'm very, very curious about some terrain. Are you talking about in the game? Like you want to actually look at stuff that's happening in the Oh, paintball's happening. Oh. That's kind of cool. I didn't know paintball was an option. There's a bunch of events that people can do, and someone just started a paintball event.
Oh, that's very cool.
All right, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick and maybe get another drink because it's my vacation party time. But y'all keep voting. You have 5 minutes to vote. Let me know. Do you want to continue with some Rust tours and some Rust artwork, or should we get into our actual D&D topic? If we're gonna continue on Rust, I'm probably gonna change the game and the title at this point.
Fair enough.
But if we go to D&D discussions, then we'll be fine.
Fair enough. Oh, terrain about D&D. Interesting. I will say, when it comes to terrain in D&D, I feel like me as a DM personally, I don't pay attention to it enough. Like, I would love to have like moments of like elevation and depressions and like, you know, obstacles for people to hide behind and stuff like that. But 90% of the time, I'm just like, you're in a room. What do you guys do? You know what I mean? So I don't know. I thought definitely think you Kage should play oh, you see, I don't know, like Vortex was talking a lot about like the style of games that he enjoys playing, and for me, I very much agree with a lot of his perspective on that, just because, you know, with, you know, so much going on in our lives and what we're doing on regular basis, it is challenging to find time to actually invest into a game. And so, you know, if it's possible to come into play Rust as like like if you don't have to like build a base, if you can like exist in this game without putting this much into it. I would absolutely love that. Just be like a dude that can just run around and throw other people's stuff and just like wave to people. Like literally, I'll just be like a guy wearing sandals running around because he can. You know, like that would be a vibe. But yeah, I love getting to explore communities like this. This definitely, like Vortex was talking about earlier, like this being around, you know, people that are willing to just be out here and to be inclusive, be, you know, cordial, and just it is a rare opportunity to find them. And you know, I'm the type of dude that just likes to vibe out, like truly. But yeah.
Just let to my head. What part's it? And ironically, you're actually kind of backwards. As much as you'd love to see the other stuff, there's days for that. You're very curious about the D&D terrain stuff. Ironically, it's almost kind of backwards because there's literally only a finite amount of days left for me to do this tour because it will wipe at the end of the month.
This is very true.
Whereas D&D Discussions, we can always go back to a topic.
we always hear.
I will say, when it comes to availability, this will go away so much quicker than our ability to chat with D&D. But we still got like another minute, so vote if you haven't yet. Let us know. Should I continue the Rust tour, show you off some artwork, or should we get into our topics for today? I mean, it's already we're already over 2 hours, and I don't even know if we'll get to all of our topics, because we're probably maybe got another hour.
We might talk about one or two.
Well, I'm thinking, like, we maybe got another hour, so it's like we can either just finish up with the Rust tour, or we may get one topic out. I don't know. Maybe we'll get all three of them. The topics aren't that big. Each one was more of like a kickoff conversation.
Sure. We can definitely go.
Stardew Valley kind of person? Cart, really? Because Vixie loves Stardew Valley, or at least she used to. D&D discussion won 3 votes. What'd we get? 3 votes for what? Rust art 1 and D&D discussions 3. All right, no more Rust art for y'all. Thank you so much for participating in this little bit of a tour of my face. But y'all have spoken, and it's time for D&D discussion. The reason why we're here today. You know, I will say that at least our fans, they know what they want and they know what they like.
Facts.
They know what they're here for. I got that. All right. So let's talk about D&D discussions then. Let's get into our topics for today. I had some fun ones. At least I thought so. Some things I've been thinking about a bit. It's all right. You wouldn't have won anyway because it would have been only 2-1 because there were 3 votes. Well, I guess it would have been tied, so then it wouldn't have mattered.
Fair.
Because it was 3 votes to 1. So even if Cart had changed their vote, it would have been tied, and we would have been nowhere. But how about this? Let's talk about some stuff, and if anyone's still here, I can always go over some Rust art later, or
sure,
because I'm going to be doing the tour this weekend. So there is. Excuse me. That was rude. So there is an unofficial tour this weekend. Tomorrow, one of the more famous streamers that I was talking about, they regularly pull like 6K viewers. When they come to the server, they regularly bring like 2 to 3K viewers. So not their highlight content, but you know, still a very valid streamer. They've been coming to the server for a couple days out of the week, and I am slotted to give them a private tour tomorrow.
So
maybe
because it's an open server, out of curiosity, could viewers of these big streamers jump in while their big streamers are there to just hang out with them?
We've had a couple stream snipers do that, where they'll just come in and join the server just because he's there. Some of them have actually joined and stayed and started like I said, more often than not, people come to the community and stay. It's just some of them come and go, and then only a very few of them try to fuck around, and then they find out, and that's it.
Asked and answered.
But yeah, you all can join this too. If you have this game, Art of Rust is the server. It's an amazing community. It's one of the most inclusive, friendly, and inspiring communities I have ever been a part of online, period. Just full stop.
Yep.
That's it. They are probably the best online community I've ever known. And it's all genuine. It's like, it's not that bullshit where they're all just trying to get clout for being super nice.
Sure.
Because again, when you catch these people by themselves, they are like, you think when you talk to someone on stream and then you catch them by themselves, there's going to be a small difference, right? Like I would even say like with you and me, like you could catch us off stream and we'll probably be a bit different because we're not being entertaining.
Sure.
But you and I are pretty genuinely ourselves, but there's obviously a different energy. There's a different vibe versus our personal life.
Sure.
You will not tell the difference between these people, whether they are streaming or not. Like anytime you talk to them, you don't know if they're streaming because there's no difference. The way they talk to you is the way they talk to their chat, is the way they talk to strangers, is the way they talk to like one of them. It's so crazy.
Yeah.
There's this famous streamer Monstera. She's probably one of the biggest artists that we have, like a professional artist in every possible way. And it's amazing. You listen to her on her stream, and she kind of just sounds like one of those like humble, nice, respectful, like everything you expect from a good, what you would say a positive streamer.
Sure.
But every time I've heard her from Vixie's point of view, when they're all just in admin chat, anytime I've heard her just by being around in the game when I know she or no one's streaming, there's no fucking difference. Like she is just that way. And it's so amazing to just like, you can just tell when people are putting on a persona and when people are just being themselves. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Because anybody put on a persona can't do it 100% of the time.
Absolutely.
There's always moments that they'll break. Especially when they're with people. Huh?
You ever seen Free Run? It's an anime.
I've heard of it, but no.
Okay. Yeah. There's a concept in there where she's like suppressing her mana, but like when you're doing it all the time, it's like effort. So like there's little fluctuations in there, right?
Yeah.
It's the very same concept. People are putting on masks and people are putting on a facade or whatever. There's always going to be fluctuations where your real self comes out. But
the way that you say things, the words you use, but everybody on this server, I have yet to see any single one of them. I've watched many of their videos. I've seen them in other people's videos. I've chatted with them personally. I've had, my wife chat with them. I've never once seen any of them even giving any credit to the fact that they aren't that genuine, I will say that in the many months I've been following any of these people, I've never seen them once break character. And that is not something I can say for anybody else that you could truly believe has a persona.
Sure.
I've never seen any of them break character in the sense that I don't think it's a character. They're just being themselves. And I think that's why this particular server just doesn't get the hate, because there's no rise that you get out of us. We're all just here to chill. And if you want to disrupt that, none of us care. We're just going to be like, okay, the admins will deal with you. Bye. Like you said, we're not feeding the beast, but at the same time, we're almost giving the beast a different diet. Cause it's like, it's not that we're going to ignore you. We're just going to tell you don't matter in that way.
Yeah.
But we're also still going to tell you, pick up a paintbrush. Cause that's the funny thing. Everybody that you could sit there and troll someone, they'll be like, I don't care, dude. You want to paint though? That's something trolls don't get. Is just you still want me to join you? Be like, have you ever painted before? And I guarantee you could fuck with somebody and they'll be like, haha, yeah, that's nice. But then you're like, okay, but seriously, like, what are you doing? Like, oh, I'm just painting this. Be like, I've never painted before. And that literally conversation can turn into them teaching you. It's just one of those kind of communities where if you're genuine and you're chill, you will be accepted so fucking quickly, and for no other reason than because it's like versus like. It's just people are chill. It's not like, again, people aren't here for clout. People aren't here. Like, I've talked to these guys, like I said, I've met several of these, what I would consider famous streamers or famous YouTubers. And it's not like we're buddy now.
Sure.
But they came over one time, saw my base, loved it. And then I just randomly hit them up in chat and I was like, hey guys, thank you. You've inspired me. I made some updates. And they were like, oh, I want to see them. It's like, it's not like we're sitting there, tagging along and trying to like, oh my God, we all have to be chatting.
Sure.
It's just like, oh, I just know those people now. I can just tag them and just be like, hey guys, what do you think about this plan? Or what do you think about this? Like, we've had plenty of I've only been on the server for like 2 weeks and I've had enough conversations where I feel comfortable pinging them directly and asking them a question, knowing that they're going to genuinely help me out. I can't say I've ever felt that. I mean, I'm a socially awkward dude. I don't make friends. I don't talk to strangers.
Very much.
I rarely, like, this is the most I get. Like, this is the most social I like out of my boundaries is talking to strangers on this. But yeah, when it comes to on this server, it's like, it's the first time I feel comfortable just reaching out to a complete stranger and being like, hey,
what's up?
Can you give me an honest opinion that I'm not going to take personal?
Sure.
And even though I'm going to take it personally, it's always full of positivity and just, bro, you're going to do so much greatness. And it's just like, I don't know how to deal with this much positivity. And especially because I'm a really good indicator of bullshit. And normally when I get bullshit positivity, it just kind of just rolls off me and I'm just like, whatever. I know it's genuine and I don't know how to deal with it. Like, whenever people, like, again, those guys come to my thing, and I had 3 of them there at one point, just talking massive amounts of praise. And I'm just sitting there being like, thanks, I think it looks like shit, but thank you so much. Like, I didn't know how to take it, because again, I'm obviously more, you know, I put more pressure on myself.
Sure.
And so it's amazing to be around people who are just genuinely like, dude, that's cool. Not because you're better than them and they're like, oh my God, I could never do that. It's just, they look at it and go, I see the idea that you had in your head. I see what you've done. And I've linked the two and I like it. It's just, it's that genuine appreciation for, I like the idea that you came up with regardless of your skill level. You don't see that anywhere else. There's no competition on this server. It is purely just whether you're a first day or you've been there forever, everybody can appreciate the level that you're at because they appreciate your effort, not your quality.
Right.
You know, like I told you, I was telling you off stream about the concert. They usually do like birthday concerts. And there are real performances. There are people who are singing and DJing live on mic in the game. And there are some people who are just phenomenal. They're like professional level. And then there are people who are not. Okay. And while I would say like, hey man, I would never listen to you on my own, there's still that massive respect of, but you're doing that in front of strangers and you're doing it passionately. Sure. And there's that thing of like, I didn't like your music. I didn't think you were a good singer, but that doesn't have anything to do with my respect level for the fact that for someone's birthday, you stood in front of 60 plus people and sang. I wouldn't, like, I used to rap and I'm like, I don't know if I do that in front of a live audience anymore.
Right.
You know, even though I know I can, but it's like, when I look at that person, I'm like, you're not a good singer, but you're still doing it with passion. There's nothing you can take away from that person.
Absolutely. And
that's what I love about this again, I can't say enough praise about AOR because exactly that. It's just one of those things where everybody brings their passion and that's what's respected and appreciated. It's not what you produce with it. It's the fact that you
Sure.
Anyway, I've been chatting too much about AOR. I'm glazing them a little bit too much. And you know, I will say this, Vixie understands a little bit of this too. One of the reasons why I got out of Rust and many other games is kind of the reason why I'm getting into AOR is I don't like the grind of a lot of games just when they waste my time. And AOR kind of gets around that by some of the mods. But it's also one of those things where I have a problem. Like, there's so many creative games out there, but I struggle being creative for myself. Like, I can't just sit in a room, create something, look at it, and then be totally fine. Like, I can't just sit there and create and sit back and go,
I feel like
I'm content.
Food. I can't cook food just for myself. It's so weird.
Because it's more for sustenance. But if you want to impress or cook for someone else, you want it to be good. But for you, it's just make me eat.
I just when I just make food for it just doesn't, it's not the same.
I totally get that. And that's my thing is like, for me, we've tried so many creative games, Minecraft, Satisfactory, Terraria. There's all these games that you can be super creative in.
Sure. But at
the end of the day, whenever I create something, it feels so hollow and empty because I can't share it. And it's not about an ego. What's up? Hello, Honor. How you doing with the 5 viewers? Let's go. Big raid. Ironically, so funny enough, this raid music and this little video is from Rust.
That's sick.
Like
That's
it's
awesome.
finally full circle. What's going on, Raiders? Thank you so much for showing
Thanks
up.
for hanging out.
Thank you so much. Honor wide Fox raid incoming. Wow, thank you so much. Appreciate you. What were y'all doing tonight? Let us know in chat. What were you all listening to? What were you all streaming? We've had a bunch of tangents tonight. We were supposed to be on D&D content, but we've been talking about everything else but D&D, but we're about to get to that. So you've shown up at just the right time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but yeah, that's why I love the AOR community is I have a hard time creating for myself. And it's not about the ego of being told I did good. It's just I like to create things that can be practical and usable.
Sure.
So if I create something elaborate, but I'm the only one that can benefit from it, I feel like I didn't create anything at all.
Sure.
But if I can create something and somebody else can appreciate it, utilize it, and do something with it, I feel like it had purpose and therefore it had value.
Yeah.
It's not about whether they liked it or how much they liked it. It's about where I find value and things that I create that are just simply visual for the purpose of just being there. I don't like. Like I'll build myself something that's practical and usable.
Sure.
But I can't just do art just purely for myself, just for the simple fact of art exists. Like it's just not something that I appreciate art, but I can't just do art for the sake of art. I have to have this mindset that there's some value that it adds to the world at large, not just to my personal world.
Sure.
And I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing. I don't know.
No, I think that's unique, and I think it should be that way.
What's going on, Honor? You just wrapped up a D&D session, so I don't want to assume you're 5th edition, but let's face it, most people are 5th edition nowadays. Do you have a specific campaign or module that you're running, or is it your own homebrew world? I want to know.
That's very true. That's very true.
Hey, lurk and prep for bed. You do what you do. I appreciate you so much for the raid, regardless of if you hear anything. But if you do hear stuff and you like it, give us a follow. Also, I'll drop some links in chat. Maybe I won't be dropping links in chat. Apparently. Oh, there we are. I'll drop some links in chat if y'all are interested. No pressure. But yeah, we were just talking about the game of Rust. I did some cool creative stuff in there. And yeah, showed that off a little bit. But we're done with that. We're going to get into our actual topics. Fully Homebrew campaign.
Love it.
Hey, you know what? Aren't all DMs just traumatized players? Well, I would say all good DMs are traumatized players because there are some DMs out there who just started out of nowhere. But let's face it, the best DMs, they're traumatized players getting some of that trauma out.
I mean, I enjoyed all of my play. Like
I'm just saying, High Point is basically a representation of all my gaming trauma.
I mean,
wrapped into an experience for everybody else.
That is very valid. That is very valid.
Wait. What about this or that? Can you refund it for now? Or if that? Oh, wait a second. No. Oh, your PC drama is a hell of your own making. Again, that's all it is. We all made our own hell. Hold on. Which this or that did I not do, Cart? Let me go back. Did I not do the? Oh. There's another this or that from Cart. Who would win in a fight with raw power and tactics?
Okay.
A Lich versus a Solar Angel. They've gone over this again and again with the math. It comes so close every single time, but they need a DM's mindset to call it. Now, I'll tell you right now, I don't even know what a fucking Solar Angel is.
I was about to say the exact same thing.
But
I'm
again,
like, a Solar Angel? I'm gonna have to look that up.
Here's the problem, Cart, is... Okay, no, the this or that was power and tactics. So the hard part is we don't know enough about either of these, so please look it up. Now, I'm going to give you two answers. I'm going to give you my gut answer, and then I'm going to give you the real answer, because the gut answer is not going to answer the questions that you asked. My gut answer, similar to the ancient vampiric dragon versus a Dracolich. The Solar Angel wins. Guaranteed. And my gut answer is, again, similar to the vampiric versus Dracolich conversation. It's power source. It's power cap, power source, and power availability. A Lich is a mortal wizard become immortal from raw power and a phylactery. But it's still mortal magic. It is still mortal spells, and it is still just an immortal wizard. It is just a wizard who can't die of mortal means. as far as I understand, again, from my old school mentality of D&D angels and celestials, power dynamic, sure, again, especially with 5th edition, everything has a hit point, so it kind of doesn't really matter. But there's no way that an immortal lich will throw around the magical essence at the same power of an angel. So that's where it comes hard, is my gut instinct says the angel will always take it at, you run the, like Kage said, you run it 100 times, the angel's taking it at least 51 out of those 100. That's my initial gut reaction.
A solar angel?
That's what they're saying. Solar angel is...
This is from Cart?
Yes. Now, is there like an angel of is that a radiant angel? Is there a specific module that's coming from? I've never heard of a solar angel before. So there's a solar. So look up just solar.
Okay.
The name is solar.
I did find solar.
So solars. They are angelic celestials. They're celestial angels, lawful good, challenge rating 21, most powerful of all the angels. So they're basically archangels. Described by some as truly godlike. Only a celestial paragon could be more powerful. So basically they are a step down from the gods. Solars never took their own worshippers, and said they often served as direct. So these are basically what I would essentially consider like lesser gods. They are literally they have this same potential as a regular god, but they choose to serve instead of be served.
According to 5th edition, they are both challenge rating 21.
Right. And so again, with 5th edition, it's very weird because they like remember what we were just talking about like an hour ago. The concept of things are put in the same category, but when you truly pair them up, are they? And this is one of those weird things where it's the dichotomy of what we were talking about, where before some things didn't match up at all.
Hey, listen to this. 26, 22, 26, 25, 25, 30.
That's Solar Angel?
And now listen to this. 11, 16, 16, 20, 14, 16. They are worlds apart. In their stats alone, 135 hit points versus 243 hit points. A 21 AC versus a 17 AC.
So it seems like the biggest condition is that the Solar Angel is more of your more traditional melee fighter, while the Lich is your more traditional glass cannon with immortality. So it's a glass cannon that's reinforced glass. So that's the concept. Is I think the biggest challenge comes down to, while there's not really a challenge here, like if you think about it, the Lich just has to get them under 100 hit points and then power word kill ends the game, right? So it's those kind of situations where, yes, pound for pound, number for number, it sounds like they're equal. But again, I would say lore-wise and tactical-wise, because again, specifically Cart's question was numbers and tacticalness, right? Sure, they're near equal in numbers. But let's face it, an angel is always going to be, in my opinion, they would be more smarter and more tactical than a Lich. A Lich is a human or a mortal who became immortal purely out of the force of magic. An angel is something so far beyond that. Like, to say that a Lich would out-tactic an angel, not saying it's not possible, of course, there's always a way to out-tactic it. But if you're just going to say 100 angels versus 100 Liches one-on-one, I think the angels are going to win out more often. Simply because of their prowess, their experience, their divinity. I feel like if it's just pure raw power...
What if they were both the same age?
Lore-wise, again, when he's, because specifically Cart's saying tactics, I think lore-wise, like I would almost say pure numbers, I'd almost give it to the Lich. Because truthfully, in D&D, if you were to match up a melee and a wizard, and AC and health wasn't a factor, the wizard's always going to win. And that's what this feels like.
So the way I'm looking at this right now is, can the Lich stay alive long enough to cast power?
Or damage it, stay alive long enough to damage it to then cast it. And I agree. Overall, and that's my point. Is like, normally I would say that, again, a fighter versus a mage, I would say 7 times out of 10 the fighter is going to win. because the mage can always, get a good couple off. But if the mage and fighter have equal health and AC, the mage is probably going to win. So in this case, if we're talking about two perfectly equals,
with
again,
the slots that they give the standard,
I don't know what they give Lich either. Like, I don't know what they give.
That's
Lich
what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, all I'm saying is, like, if it were purely by the numbers, I might give it to the Lich. But when you ask for numbers and tactics, you can't beat an angel with divine intention. Like, there's so much more going on when you ask for a true immortal versus someone who became immortal.
I would say, I think that with the extent of some of their stuff, like mirror image, like invisibility. Now, again, I'm actually curious if the solar has true sight. They do have true sight, so invisibility is absolutely useless. I mean, you got some magic missiles, sure.
Do you know the difference between a Lich and a Lich Lord?
Lich Lord?
Is there a difference in 5th edition? Because Cart's saying that they don't know specifically. I guess this came from the idea of I guess they're saying they're more on the Solar Angel, but a Lich Lord might have like a different set. So let me see if I can find anything specifically different. Okay, so the only difference that I can see just really off the bat here is it's a modified version of a Lich. It's basically the increased version of a Lich.
Do they get anything like spell-wise or ability-wise that...
So it's any Lich that deviated from the standard because of modifications it had made under its own power.
Ooh,
so
that's
like
interesting.
So like these are kind of like so like the idea of like a regular Lich is still like the skeleton of a full human. A Lich Lord is like they've gotten so powerful they're basically just a floating skull now. They're just a more powerful version of a Lich. They've just lived long enough. They're now just a floating skull with power. Okay. That's lore-wise, that's the biggest difference, is they've modified themselves with their own power, and they are a step, or they're a league above a standard Lich.
So I'll say this. The Solar does have magical resistance, which means they have advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. A boon to them. But they do not have any legendary resistance.
Okay.
So that means if they get hit, now I don't think they gave the Lich banishment. Again, the biggest thing that they really have is maybe something like Blight, Dimension Door for keeping themselves alive, Plane Shift for keeping themselves alive, Globe of Invulnerability for keeping themselves alive. And again, these are all things that the other creature doesn't necessarily have to save against.
Yeah.
It's just stuff that's going to help protect them.
See, this is this is why that comment, again, I mentioned this comment at the beginning of the stream, that fucking person on TikTok who told me, had the audacity to tell me that 5th edition is more narrative based than older editions is fucking ridiculous. Because this is what this right here is exactly what I mean by that's the audacity of that. Because this conversation in 2nd edition, this wouldn't even be a conversation, because simply something that's celestial and angelic will automatically come with an understanding that you have a divinity behind you, right? Like you have so much more knowledge and that's where I'm coming from, right? Like, yes, I know we're talking about the pure numbers, but you also have to understand, like, again, rules is written versus rules is intended. Where did those numbers come from? This is a mortal wizard who has focused their entire insignificant existence on staying alive immortally, right? So it's a mortal wizard who is focused on the phylactery and getting powerful enough to make one. An angel is just purely a powerful being based off of its creation, who has other intents and purposes. So when you ask me, yes, by the numbers, they seem equal, but narratively, again, this is where I don't think 5th edition comes anywhere close to earlier edition narratively, because I immediately think, but how did they become this powerful? There's no way a lich becomes this powerful and then can outsmart something who was naturally this powerful. You know what I mean? Because you had to dedicate so much time to just getting here that the time it took you to get here, they've already existed longer and then spent that time thinking of how to, end things like you. So that's where I'm coming from on a lore basis when they say tactics and numbers. Tactically speaking, I can't foresee an angel being dumber than a lich, just purely on tactics. But 5th edition makes the numbers very, very weird. And we know this, we've talked about this. The numbers aren't always perfectly representative of two things being equal. They're representative of the challenge you're meant to face at a certain time, right? Like something with a 20s across the board at level 5 is different than something with 20s across the board at level 15. But you're not necessarily going to choose the same thing that has those stats, right? To go against them because, again, the narrative will change. Right. And that's where I feel like, yes, these two things could fight. They have a lot of the same numbers. But personally for me, my division comes down to, it's not about the numbers, it's about how, again, it's not about the size, it's how they use it. The angel was born this way. It was created this way, and it was created to use all of these powers this way. The lich was born out of a desire to stay alive, and then once it did that, then it had to spend time learning how to kill an angel. I don't see that the lich would have the same tactical value.
Sure.
So that's my 2nd edition approach, because we all know, if you're new here, I come from a 2nd edition mindset. That's my favorite edition. It's what I still game in. I don't play 5th edition very openly. Even though we review and talk about 2nd edition a lot, I bring a old school mentality. Kage brings a much more modern mentality, even though we both kind of homebrew a lot. So just throwing that out there for anybody who's new. That's why I'm very hesitant on just
what would you say the home plane of a lich is?
The home plane?
Yes.
The prime material plane. They don't have a home plane. They're not from anywhere. They're typically from the prime material plane. I mean, I guess you could. I mean, no. Because again, even if they're a necromancer, they're not going to be connected to any other plane. So, prime material plane for sure. Are you looking at the banishment spell?
No. So there's a spell that the solar gets. So they have, I think, 2 things that I found somewhat interesting. I don't think the liches have. Never mind. Liches do have true sight as well. So both of their invisibility is pretty much canceled out.
Yeah.
But the solar has something called Dispel Good and Evil. Now, what it does is it basically gives the undead that are attacking them disadvantage on all their attack rolls against them.
That would 100% work against lich.
Which is 100% would work against a lich. And it's basically saying they have it also has an ability called Dismissal, right? And basically what it does is, as an action, you make a melee spell attack against a celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead. And on a hit, you attempt to drive the creature back to its home plane. The creature must succeed a charisma saving throw. So all of this to say, what's the home plane of a lich? But at the end, it says, if you aren't on their home plane, undead are sent to the Shadowfell, and Fey are sent to the Feywild. So, being that their home plane is the prime material plane, if this combat occurred on the prime material plane, would they be sent to the Shadowfell, or would they just not go anywhere because it's their home plane?
I think it would be, personally, I think that's a DM decision on how you run that. Because that is one of those aspects of lore that I think D&D, again, we've talked about this before. I think that's one of those areas D&D intended to leave open for that purpose of there's no need to always state every outcome. Sometimes different DMs are going to just rule it differently.
Sure.
I would say that in that particular case, again, with an angel, why not ban it? Why not be, again, I would think the angel would absolutely be able to say, get the fuck out. Sure. But that's my lore and interpretation of, again, Raw versus Rye, right? When it comes to Raw, these two things are near equal. But Rye, I could say that a Lich would put up a really good fight. But again, 100 different battles one-on-one, my money will be on the Angel more often than the Lich. Because, again, out of 100 battles, the Lich will probably win plenty. So but I don't think overall the Angel will lose. Again, you did say tactical, which is why I have to think about that is, again, an Angel was born for this purpose, a Lich worked up to it, and then has to learn how to go against its opponent.
Right now, where my head is at is like, if I gave an AI control over this character sheet and another AI control over this character sheet, and I'm like, all right, ready, simulate a battle, you all got dice, roll the stuff that you're gonna roll, play out this battle.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what Cart's trying to get across.
That's where I'm thinking of. And so I definitely think there's a world where this spell is used very effectively. But again, it says they have to succeed on a saving throw, and Liches have legendary resistances. So yes, it might work eventually, but if they save out of it, then they save out of it. And if they don't save out of it, they have at least a couple of opportunities to get free escapes from that.
And I'm sure that I'm sure if we dug deeper, the Angels would have a way around that. I'm sure there's deep, again, because we're also assuming, like, are these NPCs or these playing characters? Because that also changes the game, right?
Well, like I said, I'm thinking like just straight up AI versus AI.
But what I'm talking about is, are we treating these as creatures?
Yes.
Or as things that could have been built by a player? Because those, again,
creature stat blocks.
Okay. Because those also just change the game on how you approach it. So yeah, it's a very interesting question.
Although they're supposed to say DC is a 25, and it's a charisma saving throw. I feel like the Liches, their stats are lightweight doo-doo. Like, you got a 16 in charisma. I mean, you got a 20 in intelligence, but...
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, Cart, they are very intelligent, but you also got to understand that need and that intelligence is always very focused.
Even though they are intelligent, the Solar's intelligence is what?
Again,
a 25.
And this is why it's raw versus right. And Lich is intelligent, but you got to understand, a Lich spent all of its mortal life trying to become immortal. So you have to factor in how old is it, because anything before its Lichdom is irrelevant. The entirety of its mortal life before Lichdom is irrelevant, because all of that was focused on becoming a Lich. It has to be. So however much time after it became a Lich is what you have to take into account for its tactics. And then on top of that, again, because we're talking about a fight here, how long did it know it was going to go up against an Angel? Because not every Lich is infinitely knowledgeable about every possible thing it can go against. It's going to focus on things it wants. It's going to be very selfish and very focused. If a Lich is in a dragon-heavy kingdom and it wants its own Dragolich as a pet, it's going to focus its efforts and its intelligence. Yes, it's very smart, but it's going to focus all of its efforts on dragons. If this, Lich lord that we knew about knew it wanted to go after an Angel and it picked the fight, then I can give it more, thing. If it's just a random fight, obviously the Angel is going to be more prepared. But that's why I say, like, the Angel from day zero was created for the purpose of battling things like a Lich. The Lich has to learn how to fight an Angel. So again, out of 100 battles of one-on-ones, there's plenty of Liches that will win. I'm not saying that it'll be a guaranteed landslide.
Their primary physical attack is something called paralyzing touch. Paralyze is pretty scary. I was worried because the Lich is immune to paralyzation, but the Solar is not. They are immune to Charmed, Exhaustion, Frightened, and Poison. Well, they're both immune.
Yeah. So yeah. I said, I think that it's a very difficult thing because 5th edition makes it difficult. I mean, D&D has always made it difficult with stat blocks, right? Because again, stat blocks aren't... I will say my kind of hot take on stat blocks is stat blocks aren't all equal. In the sense that two creatures put up against each other, you could just, compare the stat blocks, but I don't think it's meant to be done that way. I don't think the stat blocks were ever meant to be compared to each other. I think the stat blocks were meant to be, because again, CR, right? A stat block can be similar across CR levels because of the other abilities that it has. But I think that when it comes down to it, stat blocks aren't meant to be compared to each other. They're meant to be compared to the players. So again, a group of level 5 adventurers going up against one stat block, that stat block doesn't compare to the stat blocks they are going to compete against at level 15, because the difference of what they're compared to is the type of combat you want to give them, not what's actually powerful.
Really interesting when it comes to legendary action economy in a one-on-one battle.
Mhm.
You only have one opportunity to use your legendary
After their
action.
turn.
It's after their turn, and because of that, every single turn you get 3 legendary action points. It's almost always advantageous for you to use your most expensive one every single turn, where normally you'd have to strategize when you want to use
and this
that.
one, you're basically, unless there's a
Although,
random situation.
the solar has the ability for the cost of one of their legendary action points, they can teleport 120 feet. Just fucking cuz.
Yeah.
Now, granted,
So why
the
not just do
Lich-
that instantly every time?
I mean, exactly.
Just be like, boop, you try to use a legendary reaction? I'm over here now. Nope, I'm over here now.
Well, it would have to be after their turn is over.
Yeah, but I was saying, like it's just the concept of just like, I'm just gonna just.
I would think they would go to them because they're the one who wants to be in melee combat. I want to be
Or
like,
to them.
You try and dimension door away
Go
from me,
behind them?
which you only have a couple of. You can only dimension door up to 3 times. Well, granted, you can cast it at a higher level, but like, still, like,
I'm still okay. So my official vote is I'm going with the angel again. When we're talking about two things and two things only, numbers and tactics, I'm still going with the angel. I think you've sold me even more so. The angel is going to take it. I don't think lore-wise, tactical-wise, or power-wise, the Lich is just an exaggerate. Okay, the Lich is just a glass cannon with armor. You know what I mean? You're not hitting the glass yet, but to an angel, a Lich is just a glass cannon with armor. It's still penetrable. It can still hurt him. And think about this.
But see that I'm still thinking of my original thought experiment of, can the Lich last enough rounds and whittle it down enough
Exactly.
to get it to be able to cast Power Word Kill?
There's plenty of situations that can happen. But what I'm saying is, again, when taking your example of 100 different battles, 100 different one-on-one battles, I don't think 51 Liches are doing. I don't think 51 Liches are going to last. Maybe 49.
See, I would have I need to look at, because here's the deal. The Lich is most turns going to be casting Ray of Frost. Ray of Frost is its cantrip. It's what it can cast for free. It's how it can get good damage out consistently, and do something significant to the target. If it needs to use Paralyzing Touch, but that's a melee spell attack, it really doesn't want to be in melee range.
Although the angel will be in melee range, so there's a back and forth.
Doing its best to get into melee range. How well is the Lich going to be able to stay out of that? If the Lich had Blink, I would give it to the Lich.
Oh yeah,
I would give it to the Lich. Period.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, I just think that using your example of, if we ran this through AI 100 times, I'm saying at least 51's the angel. I'm not saying it's a landslide. I'm not saying the angel's 80 times out of 100.
Decent amount of counter spells you can use too.
So who are you calling? It's a this or that. You got to call one. Because now that we know more, I'm calling the angel.
I still think, specifically with global invulnerability, I still think the Lich could probably take it.
All right, there you go.
I think it could. I think it could. Ooh, oh no, that can't be charmed. I was about to say dominate monster, but
yeah. All right. Well, we are 3 hours into stream. Does that change your mind? No, it's the angel. It's gonna be the angel. Oh, and then you talk about the Dracolich. No, it's still the vampiric dragon. Dracolich doesn't have a chance. And again, that might be just my personal bias, but vampiric dragon, 100%. All right. Should we even get into D&D discussions? I mean, it's already 10:30.
I mean, we talk a lot about D&D.
Like, I didn't say, like, do we even get into the topics that we were like? We're well, okay. We are 3 hours into the stream. It's 10:30. You need to go home at some point. Like, you can't just be here all night.
I mean,
So okay. So here's the options, y'all. We can go back to Rust and look at some art, or we can actually get to at least one of the topics we were meant to discuss today.
What's the first topic on the docket?
Initiative conditions. And this is actually the number one thing I wanted to talk about today. If we were going to talk about, we can always wait till next week. We always have next Friday.
Let me. Who wanted to talk about terrain? There was somebody in chat that was wanting to talk about terrain or something like that. Because here's the deal: initiative conditions. I want to be able to give that more time and attention than we would probably give it right now.
Yeah.
Right.
And
That's how I feel
will
about
be
that.
honest. When I wrote the environmental advantage topic, it was a tack-on topic to initiative because they basically one situation bred both ideas. I had an idea for situation.
Is that what they were referring to when they said talking about terrain?
I think so, because
the environmental advantage.
I think so because the topics I had were initiative conditions, environmental advantage, and combat length and complexity. So I'm assuming when they said terrain, I'm assuming they meant environmental advantage.
Okay.
I that's the only thing I can imagine. If not, then I don't know what topic Cart was otherwise.
Well, it was Cart, so you can let us know what you think.
But yeah, so basically, initiative condition, environmental advantage came from the very same idea, and they're just kind of like a split topic of the same situation. Where if this happens, technically, I think it should enact initiative condition. But I'm like, also, this breeds into another topic. So basically, it's like, just to give you guys a summary, because we'll probably just talk about it next month or next week.
Sure.
We'll probably just bring this on. But the idea was like, okay, so we've talked about improvised weapons before and how just shitty of a mechanic it's become. The concept of anybody can use an improvised weapon, and it might sound cool, but let's face it, when it comes down to it, numbers for numbers, doing a D4 -1 of damage to break a chair over your head means fucking nothing when I can just stab you for 1d8. Like, there's no point in doing anything environmental because in D&D, again, and this is again, the fucking audacity for someone to tell me 5th edition was more narrative based than any prior edition. Fucking insane. Because in 2nd edition, the DMs were encouraged that if you did something unique like that, like I'm gonna pull this tapestry off the wall onto the enemy, you know, like what you would see in a movie where you just like cover them up. You know what a DM would do in 2nd edition? Be like, oh, he's gonna take 2 rounds to get out of that, giving you a chance to run away, or dogpile on him and and pummel him under the thing. What happens in 5th edition? Okay, you pull it down, it covers him, he'll be out in the start of his next round. Like, there's no fucking narrative basis for combat. Everything is what does your character do? What does it hit? What does it damage do?
I would say
it very much hates me that mindset.
Very much rules is written. Yes, and there might be rules that write in narrative-based things in 2nd edition that aren't written in 5th edition, but I will say, because like you and I talk about all the time, like you can insert that anywhere you want.
You
like
can.
as the DM, but you just just do the thing. If one of my players says they want to do that, like
right. But here's the thing: is you play like that, but you're also kind of influenced by me. 5th edition players don't play like that. That is a older school mentality where when the game was much more on the DM,
I'll say
continuously
I've played in 5th
bring
edition
that
games that, I just think it's the mindset of the person.
Oh yeah, it's 100% on the DM
for sure.
It's just not the average. It's not the consistency with 5th edition versus in 2nd edition. It was much more consistent that players were expected to do things out of the ordinary. In 5th edition, you're expected to do what's on your character sheet, right? So there are great DMs out there. I don't want to take it away from any DMs that do dynamically work with their players. I personally wouldn't say 5th edition leans into that or encourages it. Personally, I think 5th edition more encourages using what's on the sheet and being creative with mixing and matching what's there, not going out of your way to use something that the DM used as set dressing to benefit you. And that's, again, personal opinion.
I definitely agree that there's nothing in the game as right now that I would say points you to or encourages you to do those things. But I genuinely feel like that whole mindset is just that. It's just a mindset that either you have when you're playing the game or you don't.
And my experience is a lot of that mindset is also it's not like it's blatantly written in like second edition to do all of that.
Sure.
It is just more encouraged. Like there's a lot more verbiage in the DMG that just it helps DMs understand like let your players explore. Whereas I feel for the editions, the language is just more of here's how you make the math work.
There's just like you were talking about the other day about, you know, there's some online, oh wait, no, maybe I was talking with somebody else about this. But there's some like online place where they have like a ruling, like Wizards of the Coast ruled this particular, it's not in the rules as written, but Wizards of the Coast, like
a lot of people call that's what I used to do when we were doing the history of. I'd look at like the Crawford ruling, so I'd see what Crawford would, you know, you said when he was in control. And yeah, I totally get that. Like there are a lot of these side rules that when you ask the people who made the game, they say this is what our intent was.
5th edition is a lot more about those types of clarifications and specifications than any of the other ones were.
Yes.
The other ones were more about do what you want to do.
Yeah, it was always on the DM to do it. Now people expect the rule makers to tell them.
And I feel like that is a mindset that none of my players have because I don't let them have
well,
that.
They're not part of the, I wouldn't call your players part of the D&D community at large. Like they're not part of the 5th edition community. They're part of the D&D community.
Although I will say I've gotten a lot of players more recently that have come from other tables.
Okay, so you're getting more of the more modern community.
That, like, there are people that have played in other games and things of that nature. So, but overall, I will say that yes, it's definitely something that I feel like needs to be spread as a more widely, like there are what I would consider anime snobs that will shun you if you watch dubbed anime.
Yeah,
right?
I've seen that conversation.
And making it more widely acceptable for people to watch anime while it, like, I feel like the same needs to happen here. It just needs to be more widely acceptable for people to play with this sort of mentality that, yeah, I'm going to add narrative to this is going to be a part of what it means to play this game.
It's so funny because
just
every veteran
that's the only way. Like
it seems it's so funny because being on TikTok, it's like that you just described the dichotomy between modern DMs and older and veteran DMs on TikTok, because you've literally just summarized every dispute in the D&D TikTok space. Because you have the newer DMs talking just like that, and then the older DMs coming in and being like, wait a minute, you gotta be able to do what you want. And then you have the younger DMs be like, no, you gotta know what they intended. And then you have people in the middle going, guys, it's a game, just do what you want.
Like,
and it's just
your players know what you as the DM intended. That's the only intent that fucking matters, bro.
So going to what Cart wanted in terms of that terrain talk. So this is something that I do in High Point that I fucking love that Cart brings up, because they're absolutely right. This does not work in 5th edition. So talking about the idea of like terrain effects. Cart was talking about more along the lines of how terrain could affect your chances through spell input or physicality, long range attacks. So in 5th edition, you have things like difficult terrain, fucks with your movement. And then you have like, you get advantage if you're on higher ground.
Sure.
Kind of it. But in 2nd edition, in High Point, and in many other older games, there were a lot more variables that we would take into account. And this is like some things that I posted on TikTok where it's like, does the weather count? Like if you're in a storm, if you as a DM say there's a storm and a ranger fires an arrow, did they have to account for the wind or not? Right? Or
mechanically, how are you accounting for the wind?
As a DM, I'm making it very obvious. If you are an archer in my realm and there's a storm and I think it's going to matter, I will make it very obvious that when you're just like, I want to shoot my arrow, be like, the wind's extremely strong to your left. Like, you know that this is going to affect your shot. And then I would either tell them metagame, that's a -2 to your hit, or you're going to have to make an adjustment so it's not going to be as easy as you think. It depends on the player, right? Sometimes I would tell them the exact mechanic. Other players just want to know, okay, I get it, it's going to be more difficult, because some players who know the numbers.
That's
like if a player knows the numbers, I'm gonna say it's a -2. If the player just wants the experience, I'm gonna be like, it's gonna be harder to hit this guy than you think because you have to adjust.
Sure.
I'm that kind of DM, but there isn't really a mechanic for that, especially in 5th edition, right? So Cart's asking, like, are there things like what do you guys think about that? So his example was like, let's say you cast Ice Knife near a volcano, or you cast Fireball when you're in an icy tundra. Now in High Point, Cart, yes, I do take extremes. Now if you're just in the snow, Fireball still works. Fuck off. Fireball doesn't care about your goddamn snow. I mean, most magic doesn't care about the natural world's effects. But there are some magics that aren't what I would call purely magical. So let's talk about Magic Missile. Magic Missile is one of those spells that's purely magical.
Super quick curiosity. Have you ever heard that the way that Magic Missile is supposed to work? This is actually the Wizards of the Coast ruling that apparently that I had no idea. When you cast Magic Missile, no matter what level you cast it at, you roll 1d4, and every single one of your missiles does that 1 damage.
Yeah. It's kind of like, technically it's always been that way, but it's always been, earlier editions weren't as clear, but yes, they've always had the intent that every Magic Missile does the same damage. Most DMs, especially older school veteran DMs, it was always individual. Because it flowed better with every other mechanic, because most DMs, like, depending on the situation, most DMs would either have you roll everything or all at once, depending on how many attacks you did. And Magic Missile fell into that. More often than not, you get to roll individually. But yes, it's always been, as far as I understand, it's technically always been intended that it's 1 damage for every individual missile.
Wow.
I don't like the ruling because I like everything individual, but if you think about it, it makes sense because it's the amount of magic you pumped into it.
Sure.
And then it's divided. I don't mind the ruling, I just don't use it myself, but yes, that is 100% true. So in this particular case, I look at magic in High Point as having 2 factors. There is pure magic. There are spells that are 100% magic. They are pure magic, like Magic Missile.
Sure.
You are 100% using the magical energy to manifest, create, and deploy a spell. Then there are the half magic, the partial magic spells. These are the spells that summon magic or use magic to summon things from elsewhere. Like most fire spells aren't magical fire, or not most, but there are spells that aren't magical fire. They are magic summoning fire from the fire plane or the plane of fire. But that fire is still very much real and not magical. It's
mundane fire.
It's still mundane fire. Some spells are, and again, older editions, some spells were specific on magical or mundane fire.
Sure.
Like there were differences of this counts as magical fire. But
yeah.
The way that I look at it is there are some spells that utilize natural materials in a magical way. So you summon fire magically, but it's still regular fire.
Yeah.
And then there are things like Magic Missile that are purely magic.
Yeah.
So in that context, what Cart is saying does reign true. If you're not using a purely magical thing like Magic Missile and you use Ice Knife, it will be less effective in an extreme hot environment. Now, you could still use Ice Knife in the desert, no problem. But in the heart of a volcano, I would 100% say it's less, not inadequate.
Sure.
Same thing with Fireball. Fireball in a blizzard, still gonna be Fireball. Fireball in an icy tundra of an ice giant who's actively, or a druid who's actively creating like a magical blizzard.
Sure.
Yeah, there might be a diminished amount. But that's where, to me, it's always, again, High Point is always about the practicality and the physics.
See,
there has to be a justifiable logic jump between what affects the other.
Into something that I've been wanting to work on in the Cineverse for a while, which is something that I pull from Genshin Impact, one of my favorite IPs that I like to insert into my game, but it is reactions, like elemental reactions, being able to like legitimately like what happens when I cast lightning into water.
Yes, exactly. I love thinking about that too.
Mechanically, what happens if I use a water spell and an ice spell? Because theoretically cold damage is the same for both, but they're 2 different elements.
I agree.
Water and ice are 2 different elements, and so when I combine those or when I do something differently, like can I have an additional like these types of things, like that is.
And this is what I do as a DM in High Point, like considering like if you use the same cold spell, right, cold damage against two different creatures, one was just a regular flesh creature, and let's say one was partially made out of water somehow. As a DM, you are going to get benefits from using that spell against a water-based creature beyond what the spell says. The spell will still do whatever the spell does based on the book. I will always allow that. But that water-based creature, yes, it's going to react differently. It's water-based. If you freeze a water-based creature, like if you freeze a human, there's a gradient, right? The skin, the blood, everything has a gradient. If it's water, it's going to fucking freeze. Now, I might not make it just dead, but I might be like, oh, on top of doing the 1d8 damage and the slowed by half, you slowed it an extra 10 feet.
Sure.
Or you just remove all of its, movement. Or it now has disadvantage to attack you because it can't swing as fast. That's the shit that I do because it makes fucking sense. And same thing like what Cart was saying too, like, yes, when it comes to magic, like being, more natural versus pure magic can also be held back. Pure magic doesn't always, prevail. It just in his example of the idea that if you're in an icy tundra, pure magic will still work, but magic that's summoning regular, fire would definitely be at a disadvantage. You'll still do it, but once it's here, well, it's in an environment that's not suitable for it, right? So it's kind of like that situation where, if you're in an area with low oxygen, your explosion's not going to do as much.
Sure.
If you're in a place with high oxygen, fireball will probably be a mile wide. Like, you know what I mean? Like think about like the old school concept of the phlogiston. When you were in a spelljammer and you were out in the phlogiston, a single candle, lighting a candle, that little tiny flame in phlogiston is the equivalent of casting fireball. So if D&D can tell me that, then I can say that fireball is less in an icy tundra, right? The idea is that magic isn't equal everywhere. And I feel like that deserves a thing. And again, Cart said it. 5th edition doesn't have any of that. 5th edition doesn't restrict it. It just doesn't encourage this idea.
It doesn't give you mechanics.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't even say it's not even about the mechanics. It just doesn't encourage it. It doesn't even give you the idea that you could, like, it's not saying you can't play with it. It's just not pushing you to play with it.
And I think that's what I mean when I say that. It's because I don't think 5th edition gives you anything that they don't attach a mechanic to.
Yeah, they don't give you anything that they haven't thought of.
Yeah, it's like, if I'm not going to tell you what it is, I'm not going to tell you about it. Like, with the exception of lore, I will say that a lot of the lore that they give you is just, for lore's sake, which is good. It's like, yeah, we want you to know about, like, to a certain extent, how and why all this stuff works. But yeah, if they're not going to find a way to mechanize the way you would do one of these things, then they're probably not going to even bring it up to you.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, they leave it up to you to do. But look at encumbrance. They give you a system for encumbrance in the game. They tell you how much everything weighs. Like, you can do that yourself. They could just leave that out, but that was an element that they felt they had enough solidity in to actually present to you as a
I love that
as a mechanic.
I cast Hindenburg because Cart came up with a good idea because of the idea of, like, when you cast like a cold spell on someone covered in water, that should have an additional effect on someone who's dry. So then he came up with the idea that you can just use a wizard to cast steam and a steady stream of electricity and salt to make hydrogen. So then you can just make a wall of, like, essentially napalm. All right, I gotta step away real quick. But yeah, this is D&D. It's because you can take it apart and still enjoy it.
Yeah, that's honestly what I feel like we're all meant to do with this game. It's like, why are you playing if you're not trying to be creative, if you're not trying to do something new, if you're not trying to do something different, yeah, it is a very, I stay telling people the reason why I love D&D is because you can do anything. Literally, full stop. End of sentence. This is just a framework, a foundation for us to take an idea and run with it. Go wherever you want to go. Do whatever you want to do with it. Make it look. I can tell you the people who created the Star Wars variant, the people that created the what's his name? Rick and Morty variant. Like there's all types of variations of 5th edition D&D. They just fight it in a unique way with a different lore. Like they just
like that,
laid
fight it. I love that concept of fight it.
They just gave the groundwork to customize it in whatever way you desire. And that's what I've decided to do. I've taken the groundwork that 5th edition laid, and I've decided to customize it in the way that I desire. And guess what? Some of that takes from 2nd edition. Some of that takes from Rick and Morty. Some of that takes from Dragon Ball Z. Some of that takes from a bunch of other stuff that may or may not have anything to do with 5th edition or D&D at all. But that's what the fuck it's here for. So, fuck it.
All right, one more poll if you were still down to hang out for a little bit. Give you another 5 minutes. Poll starts now. How are we going to end stream? Everybody vote, including Kage. I can't vote because, of course, I put out the votes, which means I vote for everything. That's my logic. Once again, for anybody who has just joined, if you'd like to follow us, we have a Discord that anybody can join. You can also submit your own homebrew to be reviewed every Monday. We do homebrew review every single Monday. So if you'd like to do that or just hang out with some cool people, we have a Discord with a great community. And we also are pretty much on every social media, mostly YouTube and TikTok is where we post, but our link tree is there if you want to follow us anywhere.
What is your idea? Hold on, let me look.
Are you okay with your idea of encumbrance? Where is the what's your idea of encumbrance? I didn't see you post about one.
I'm looking. It might be after the Hindenburg. That's when I was talking about it.
Oh, okay. So it can be it should be very like if you're in the water, you're going to be able to carry. You aren't going to be able to carry a shit ton with you. It's the problem is, so if you're underwater, you can carry a bunch with you because it's lighter underwater. It's easier to move things underwater, but you're also not going to be able to swim very fast or very far or up. So yes, you could carry more underwater, but you can't move like you normally would. So that's the trade-off. It's about like what we always talk about, the balance.
But I feel like imagine when you get encumbered in
Skyrim or something.
Skyrim. That's exactly the way I imagine it. But even on land, like if you're encumbered,
you're gonna slow down. Yeah,
it's the exact same thing.
But I think what Cart's trying to like appeal to is like the idea that the environment should change it. Like yes, in water, your encumbrance cap will go up, but your ability to move and swim will go down. So his idea is not so much that the balance is there, yes, but the mechanic of different environments should increase and decrease elevated stats, right? Because I'm the same way, right? Like I think that, when you're in cold, you should be slower. When you're in heat, you should be faster, but more easily exhausted, right? If you're wearing armor, it's harder to move when cold than when hot because, just armor and everything else like that. Like I feel like there's different ways that environment definitely should be used. Sure. It's just very difficult because Wizards of the Coast and D&D just love to pinpoint every option. Sure. Instead of just what we want to do in the ADMG, which is give you a couple examples and let you ride with it.
Sure.
I want to, because I think that's why I think that's my biggest push for the ADMG and APHB that we're going to make is I want to bring back that encouragement and not the direction, if that makes sense. I don't want to direct people how to do things. I want to encourage them to do them. Like instead of saying, here's how you should do it, it's more of a, here's a couple ways you can find out what's best for you.
Yes.
And D&D 5th edition is more direction. It's like, here's how we think about doing it and here's how you should model it. like subclasses. You can make all the subclasses you want. But if you're going to make a bard, here's the levels you need. If you're going to make a fighter, here's the levels you need.
Sure.
Whereas what I want to do is go make what makes sense to you in your game.
Sure.
Not this is the path you need to follow. I think that's the difference between the ADMG and APHB is like, I want to bring back that encouragement of older editions and less of the, here's the direction you should follow.
Right.
Because I think the value of the older editions was that no game was the same. You could go, like, again, unless you were playing Adventure League, every DM had their little bit of a flavor, and I kind of missed that.
And even still, they still did.
I mean, they still do, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I kind of just, I didn't mind needing to, like, here's the weird thing. I didn't mind going to new DM and needing to know some new minute differences. But nowadays, I feel like people are mad when you say, I do this differently. And they're like, that's not the way we did it. Or that's not the way the book has it.
At a video game you just bought when you're going in and you start exploring the world. Like, I don't understand why people don't look at playing with a new DM like exploring a brand new video game.
You know why? I know why. Like, it's online gaming. Because think about it. If you go into Fortnite and every drop, the weapons worked different, your movement worked different, you jumped a little bit higher or a little bit. That's what people, again, that's what I mean is people expect to go into the game with a list of things that are standard.
That they're playing the same game.
Yes.
They're not playing the same game.
But 5th edition wants you to believe you are.
I don't think it, again, I have a hard time associating that with 5th edition. I associate that with some people's mindsets. Like that to me has nothing to do with 5th edition. That has everything to do with just how some people choose to
be fair, when I say 5th edition, I mean both the way the books are written and the way the general community accepts the way that they use it. So it's a twofold. It's not just, I'm not just saying the books are only solely responsible, but when I say 5th edition, it also means like the way the general community assumes the responsibility and assumes the way they play it. So yeah, you're absolutely right. It's not guaranteed.
I think it's again very akin to the way people feel about dubbed. Like, imagine if 90% of the anime community was like dub supremacy.
Yeah.
Or sub supremacy, whatever the case may be. Like, that's the way it's not true. It's just the way that these people enjoy the game. Good for you. Good for you. Enjoy the game that way. I'm not trying to hate on that, but at the same time, there's another way to think.
Yeah.
And so it's when people start telling you there isn't another way to think that there becomes a problem. And I feel like the only people that are telling you that there isn't another way to think are the people that are saying exactly what we're talking about, which is why people so easily associate it with 5th edition, because those are the only people that are saying there's no other way to do it. You know what I mean? Everybody else is just keeping their freaking mouth shut and playing the game how the heck they want to play the game. So that's,
ADHD is not AD&D. Know the difference.
I don't know what HD is, but I got 80 of them.
All right, y'all. Well, we got one vote in the poll. Someone voted. And, 2 people voted. Someone voted in the poll, and then Cart said they weren't able to vote, but Cart also voted for Art. So we have 2 votes for Art to finish off tonight's stream.
Let's get it.
So I'm gonna log back into the Art of Rust. We're gonna do a little bit of an art tour. I'm gonna show off other people. First, I think we'll go straight to the art part, because there are some crazy builds on here, but it does take time to travel to them. And I don't think more people want to watch me fly a helicopter around an empty map until we get to a cool build.
Sure.
So I'm gonna go straight to the actual art area.
Gallery.
And I just want to show up. Like I've been talking this up. I've really got to tell you. Like, I've got to show you the absolute breadth of
while
artistry.
We're loading in, let me clarify.
You do your thing.
Just in my games, I don't do encumbrance. In fact, there's a lot of what I would consider, and it's not granular in a bad way, but there's a lot more of the granular elements of the game that I don't necessarily include. Like, some people will do things like track ammo. I don't necessarily worry about you tracking ammo. Like, maybe once in a while I'll make you randomly give me a gold for buying a bunch of arrows or something like that. But other than that, I'm not worried about ammo. Same goes for encumbrance for me. I'm not super worried about it. Like, if it really becomes a problem, I'll just find a way to give you guys a bag of holding, so then you guys don't have to, because it's an obstacle, and I get it, and I get why it's there, but I want, for the majority of the players that I have, like, that's not the element of the game that they're interested in interacting with.
Yeah.
And so, you know, if they don't really care about interacting with that, like, why am I? It's not a huge deal for me to make sure that they do. So I'm like, there are other elements.
Exactly. Same thing with me is like, there's a point at which you just have to ask yourself, is this fun for anybody?
Sure.
And once you realize that nobody's enjoying it, you can go. Hold up, I had a question. So when you were talking about that, you're telling me that your players had a problem with you telling them that it got colder when you went south. Is that because there was no equator to make it warmer, or was it that they didn't realize they were below the equator and therefore going to the proverbial South Pole? I'm just curious what you meant by the fact, because Hoylepa says that he had players scream at them because they told them that it gets colder the more you go south. And I'm assuming that their follow-up with that is that the immersion's not possible for them, nor the concept of the equator. So I'm trying to figure out, does that mean that they couldn't comprehend that they're already south of the equator and therefore they geographically didn't understand? Or is it that this planet doesn't have an equator and you have to get over the fact that this isn't planet Earth?
I think that...
I'm trying to figure out which side it's on.
I think that it sounds like they did not want that much realism in their game.
Yeah, so Hoylepa says they couldn't accept the concept. So by telling the players it will get colder the more you go south, they just thought...
They wanted a flat Earth.
Yeah, like why? Why does it? Why I don't want to be in the cold, but I have to go south, but I don't want to be cold. Why are you forcing us into the cold? DM, you're being a dick. And it's like, you know, you're in a world that I already pre-planned, right? Like,
the world exists despite you.
Yeah, and yeah, that's fucking stupid. That's absolutely stupid. Cart says brings in an interesting story. Have you ever seen an emphasized weapon fighter that uses a bow? I'll tell you that it's hilarious seeing someone shoot everything but an arrow. Oh, so a ranged fighter who uses a bow but doesn't shoot arrows.
I want to see you pick up a mug off of a table in a bar and shoot that with your bow and arrow. Or is it more of like, I found this broom over here, let me shoot it at you?
Man, that would be a great magical item, the bow of non-arrow. Honestly, it will literally shoot anything but an arrow.
I would just have a sling, dude.
Or yeah, I mean, yeah, dude, but it would be more. But I think the visual of you literally taking a coffee cup, like you're holding the coffee cup way out here, and you're just like, bullseye, and you're just like, oh, phone, bullseye, lighter, matchstick, like anything that literally just doesn't make sense.
I would probably set it up to where it's like when you pull back on the string, like it like grabs whatever the object is, and like this ethereal bow or this ethereal arrow forms around it, and it'll fire it. But then when it goes to hit the target, the arrow's just gone. It's it just helps to propel it. It's almost like you're casting catapult with a bow and arrow.
Ooh, the bow to arrow. This item changes and it sticks to arrows when drawn. So you just pick up a stick, draw it, and now it's an arrow.
That is a decent uncommon magic item. You just don't have to worry about that's sick, dude. I mean, I need something, but shoot.
I like it. All right. Well, we are 3.5 hours. I appreciate all of you. But we're gonna move on from D&D real quick. We're gonna do a quick art tour on the Art of Rust. I already showed you all my build. Kage is gonna go away on the screen real quick, but he'll still be here.
You don't need me.
But yeah, we're gonna go through Art of Rust. So we've already done my build. We've already shown you Shadow Moses. So, you know, if you like Metal Gear Solid, I made Shadow Moses. Go to the Art of Rust server and go to YouTube, and you can go check out that. But let's, okay, so we're just gonna go straight to, okay. So one of the streamers I mentioned before, Monstera, she's one of our best artists on here. So she had a birthday recently, and we did a big birthday party. And one of the things that we did was there's a giant art gallery. There's always an art gallery. There's always an art gallery somewhere. So we're gonna go to the art gallery. This is a bunch of stuff that was painted for Monstera. So you're gonna see, I would say 90% of the things you're gonna see were painted by different people. So there's some that are overlapped,
Sure.
like some people painted more than one. But for the majority, these are individual different artists. Every picture that you see will probably be from different artists. And so we're gonna show you the level of like creativity and ability. All right, this was all made for her birthday, by the way. So like they made this entire just for her birthday. So the area that we just came into was the start. Then you have like the docks, the concert. That's where we actually had the live concert.
Sure.
Someone made a game. There's this art gallery that's mostly people have recreated or brought in Monstera's art.
Sure.
They made a gallery of all of her old stuff, which is really cool.
That's cool.
Someone actually found her this is how cool this community is. For her birthday, someone actually found her very first Twitter post, which was a drawing that she did based on the game of Rust. So she did an art drawing based on the game of Rust. Someone took that drawing and built it, because it was a little drawing of like a fishing village.
Mm-hmm.
Someone physically built it.
The whole fishing village.
So in this, like, I'll even show you, it's in here. Like, it's in part of this little tour thing. There's a picture of her first Twitter post. And right behind it is almost a perfect recreation of her drawing. That was based on a creation. So she drew what they built in game, and then someone will use that drawing to rebuild it.
That's wild.
The shit people do is so fucking... I'm telling you, man, this is one of the greatest fucking communities ever. Okay, so here is one of the first pieces. This is... you can kind of see, again, this is just the stuff that, people do. Thank you for all your support and your hard work. We all appreciate you. This was one of her art pieces made for Poppet Shadows Haunted Mansion. So this was one of her original art pieces. Like, those colors, bro. Like, I wish I could open it up, because sometimes if you access it, you can get so much more detail. But, like, that's in-game. This is a in-game... actually, you know what I need to do? I know. Here. Hang on. There's another way that we do this. If you can't because there's two ways. If you can access the photo, then you can zoom in and you can see it in a different light, which is really nice. But not some people will lock their photos, so you can't access it. But there's another way in game that we deal with this. And you'll see, because people come here and they visit here. By the way, this is their birthday cards.
Oh, amazing.
My name. It's really shitty, but hey, you know what? Yeah. We know what we're doing here. Oh, so this is one of her most famous ones. This is actually a garage door. So she painted something. And this is what I love about Rust. You can submit things to the community to be voted on, and if they vote on it, it'll actually become part of the game. So Monstera made a painting. And it got approved. This is an official garage door skin that you can add. This is official. This is not part of a mod. This is not only because we're in this server.
Not only people in this server can use that. Everybody can use it.
Anybody in this game can go get that skin and use this. This is a painting that she did of her painting the lighthouse in. So she painted a painting of herself painting a painting.
Paintception, man.
But like you can even see, like, look at the detail. Like, she matched the fucking clouds in the background to her canvas. You see what I mean? Like,
yeah.
It's just, this is in a game. This isn't like a real life painting that they imported. This was physically done in game with the paintbrush tool.
Yeah.
It's just, it's absolutely phenomenal, the shit that people do here, and it's so crazy. Can I change the game? Oh, I could probably do that. Now that we're at the end of our thing. Good idea. right, hold up. We. There we go. There we go. We are now up to date. Good idea. I should have. Didn't need to do that in the beginning because we were gonna get to D&D.
We theoretically did.
We did. We got through it all. Okay. So that was yeah. So here's another one that she did. Like, so you can kind of see how like it almost looks like a painting because
No,
like,
I was about to say like they love the texture that they actually put on these things when you zoom out of them. But dude, it's truly phenomenal, man.
Oh, just wait. That again, she's one of our best artists, but let me just get into the gallery. So someone built this for her. It's supposed to be a like a greenhouse.
Sure.
So really, really cute. And so again, each and every one of these is a different person. So it's like the level, you could tell the level of artistry is different from person to person. But
Oh my, is that a clam?
yeah,
That's
and it's their name. Their name is Clam, so they're on, and she's the crow
yeah.
of the server. This is someone who did a painting of her. So this is their rendition of her in real life.
Why? What vibes is this giving me? The
Fate Zero. Saber. That's what it gives me. It gives me Saber vibes.
Oh, the face, yes, but I'm talking about the get up with the skull on the head and the like.
That's her in-game costume. Like,
Yeah,
on the
but
pirate,
like
that's actually
there's like either an anime or something that it's giving me.
There's another one. Like look at the difference. Like look at the quality difference.
That's
Like
wild.
these are two completely different looks. Not just artists, but look at this art style versus that art style.
Yeah.
And they just pop. They're so different with both like this one. Like those are two different, completely different levels of art on the same tool. It's mind-boggling that you can get anime and I mean, what is that? Like that's not abstract. That's like more realistic. Like that's
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'd have to go to like a tattoo artist to get a really good.
oh, this one. Like they made a happy birthday, but like a movie poster.
Yeah,
Like
a horror movie poster.
yeah, it's so fucking. Oh, this one. Like just the shadows,
Bro,
the
that's gonna bug me.
light.
It's from something, dude. Like,
No, it's from this game. It's 100.
no, I'm not, yes,
You're
but it's
right
also
about what you're
it's
thinking of.
There's an IP that gives the same energy. Yes.
Oh, this one. Just. It's so good. It's really cool.
It's very cool.
Some of these I have to just get up close to. Yeah. It's like, how did they do? Like, you know how many times they had to just dot?
So when you went into your own pictures and you had like the color palette and everything on the side, and you were zooming in for us to look at it, how much can you zoom in? Can you zoom in as much as you can zoom in and paint and like and do individual pixel by pixel?
Not that much, no. But you can zoom in pretty decent. The guy with the boar helmet? Oh, you're talking about. That was one of the artists on the server. That was their kid.
What was it?
Like their kid logged in and did this.
Oh,
So that's just his, like he let his kid do it, which was kind of cute.
cool as fuck.
This is a 3. So this is 3 different campuses that they had built.
That is wild.
And they had
That's impressive.
yeah, a lot of people do
It's
stuff like
those
this.
people who get the 4 different TVs and like put
And then
them all together.
yeah, it really, and to be able to do that as an artist, oh yeah, this one's cute. This is one of everybody's favorites. Earth without art is just oh, this one
That is clean.
one just God, people are so fucking good. Just how do you do this inside a video game? How do you get these colors and these layers and these like I do know that some of these people use like a tablet, so they use like
Sure.
a tablet to their computer. but it's still in game. It's not like a separate program.
Yeah.
It's still these are the tools the game gave us, and this is the shit people are doing with it.
I think that there's some people who just understand it. Like it's
Right?
It's so weird, but it's just like they understand certain things. Like I watch certain drummers, and I'm like, the way you understand your tool is different than. I don't care how good of a drummer you are. It's just different than the way other people understand it, and the way you use it is very evident of that. And I think that's the same for a lot of mediums. See, that is clean. That's clean.
Yeah, 4 different pictures coming together.
Yeah, that's
so great.
That's the TV I was talking about. Wait.
Yeah, these are just this one. Like, again, not necessarily the detail of others, but the creativity and the way that you did it is just so clean. Oh yeah, so this is someone who repainted her the skin I showed you in the very beginning, her garage skin. Someone redid it just to be part of her birthday.
Sure.
It just, like, again, that's so cool. It's just, let's see, can I mess with this one? No. That's another really good one. Like, that's very old school. Like the lines and the way it's painted, like the way that the colors are, that reminds me of like ancient Chinese.
Oh yeah.
But this is what I love about this. Like, none of these people paint the same. Like, none of these people have the same artistic style, and yet each one pops and is so unique. Oh, here's another multi-phase one. Like, to be able to space it out with the frames
And make it still flow.
Yeah, a lot of the artists that do this, they say like a lot of it is you go forward, you paint a little bit, then you have to actually walk back and look at it as a whole until you can really like fully understand it. And I'm just like, I don't know if I could do that. I don't know if I can go back and forth, like that. And just like, oh, there's Vixie's.
Oh,
Vixie's the goose. She's the goose of the. That's her persona on the thing. She's the silly goose of the server.
I love it.
So that's her painting. Yeah, so many things. Okay, so what I gotta. Museum? Yeah. Okay. So you want to say one of Montserrat's like greatest pieces? So there was a Rust event a couple months back. I think it was actually maybe last year. Called the World War. And so a whole bunch of main streamers,
like specifically in the server,
a different server, but the server was modeled after the Earth, so like different continents were actually shaped all the right way, and different main streamers became different factions. So there was the U.S., there was Canada, there was Mexico. Like main streamers basically took over different factions, and it was a giant like 3-day event where they would build them up and they would all RP and then have war. It was just a big thing. It was fucking crazy. It was cool.
Sure.
But Monstera ended up doing a painting for it. Now I'm gonna say this is the so every wipe we recreate this museum, and this is like the best art of all time. So that gallery we just went through is all brand new art. That was all created this last month. This is art that's been created over the last couple of years. Like, this one blows my fucking.
That's crazy.
The realism, the
That's
detail,
crazy.
like, look at that fucking nose, dude. How?
Yeah, man.
That looks like a fucking photo.
Yeah, man.
I don't understand how that's possible. Look at this. It's just too good. I don't like how good people are, and at the same time I love it. This one.
That's
Look at those fucking hairs, dude. I think he said this one took him like 4 years to finish.
really.
Like, he spent 4 years perfecting it. Like, look at the stripes on the hair, like individual strokes that he had to do that with.
Crazy.
And I one of the things I do love is like when you do get close, you see some of those like little imperfections, but when you zoom
It
out.
just makes it all the more real.
Yeah, they just absolutely like. Look at this one. That one looks like a fucking advertisement for this game. You know what I mean? Like you could see that in like a loading screen. Oh my god. Oh my god. Welcome to the weird side of art.
That's fucking sick.
Oh, that's fucking
Is
great.
that Titanic photo?
Oh, look at the lighting. God damn, like knowing what to put in and out of focus. Oh, thank you, Vixie, for mentioning that.
What happened?
Cart was asking about the sizes. Like, look at this. It's just so good. The lighting is just perfect. The face, the shadows.
Those ripples are on all the right places, man. That's wild.
Like the realistic non-realism, you know what I mean? Like that looks like like it's not realistic painting. It looks like a real paint.
Yeah.
Like it's not it doesn't look real, but that looks like I would see that on a wall in the real world.
Yeah.
And I'm flabbergasted that this stuff like makes it, and I'm just like, how? It's unfair that you people are so talented. All right, Vixie, if you're looking, where is Monstera's World War photo? I really want to show that one off. Oh my god, this one. The colors.
Yo, that is the
like, look at the fur. Look at the hairs, the whiskers.
That's wild. That is so wild.
My god. Okay, so here's a quick show for you. So if I do black. And see, this is what I like about it, right? There's the main colors, but then I can go to like this one and then drop the opacity and then here. And then you see how it's like not the same, like it doesn't just overtake the color. I can drop the opacity more and then it does just like a little bit. I love the highlights of this game. So you were saying like, let's say I go down to a black line like this. Like that's how much I can zoom in. So you can, but I can't zoom into like different spots of
crazy.
Like I can move this all around I want, and I can zoom in, but I can't.
So
like
you're looking at it with the texture on it. That I didn't even realize.
Yeah. Like so it's like you can sit here and you can like
Interesting.
do different like. So like you see how like that kind of like has like a little highlight over it now. So there's a lot of stuff that you can do, which is really crazy with this. But that's kind of it, right?
Sure.
It's just
now can
and
you
then
like copy and paste?
Yeah. So I could download that and upload it again.
No, what I mean is like inside there, can I take?
Oh, hold shift and right click. Oh, okay, there we go. So this is okay. I didn't know this. So yeah, you can get that close.
Okay, so
like that's how much
could you copy that V and paste that V?
Not the V, just the whole photo.
Okay, so
but
that was my question.
So this is the smallest pixel I can do. So these are this is like the smallest dot I can make.
Right.
So I could do that small of detail
for sure
individually. Thanks, Vixie. So I'm just gonna leave that there, and anybody can fuck with it. Hold. Okay, so move. So where is where is Monstera's world? The World War I, the one she did for the big event, where it was like the U.S. versus everybody. Oh, look at that one. I forget what game that was from. It's Monstera in a different game, but that was so. Oh my god! Look at that! Like, look at that realism right there. That damn near looks like you copied a photo. Like I just the lighting on the faces, everything. Where's Monstera? It's so funny, like, I joined this 2 weeks ago and I never thought I'd be doing a fucking art tour of Art of Rust on my stream. Look at this one, bro. I haven't seen this one yet. Holy shit, dude. God damn, that looks so good.
Especially across two of them.
Like, look at his fucking face. How do you know to highlight like this part? How do you highlight these individual wrinkles like that? I would never understand how to do that. That hurts my brain trying to think about how they did that. That one's really cool.
Oh, that's clean. I love that style.
Oh, look at this. Like, because we can change like the style, so you can change it into like the squares, and that's an actual, I forget what type of art that is, but that's an actual art style, and they did it in game.
Yeah.
Like, how do you replicate real art style in game? Like, fuck, people, you were too good. I'm so jealous at just like people's ability to see something in their head and bring it to life.
Just manifest it, yo.
Okay, I think the problem is Bixie's not at her computer, so she doesn't actually hear me.
Sure.
So I don't think she knows that I'm asking her where.
For the
Oh, I did. Where? Museum showing me. I don't know. Oh, clear the picture, please. My bad. My bad. Let me go clear that. I didn't see where you said that Monsteros was. Might be upstairs. Oh, but it is in the museum. Okay. Well, let me go clear my paint. I want to get the admins mad at me. Oh, you don't know if it's in the museum. Okay. I know it's somewhere on the map. I've seen people go and check it out. Where did I paint that painting? I thought that was in the... Okay, wait. I thought it was over this way. I thought we went through all of these. And then we went through those. I swear I was over here. Was I upstairs when I did it? I swear I was downstairs. Am I tripping? Alright, where did I paint that? This place isn't that big. Were we on the other side? Maybe we were on the other side. Maybe we just did the full loop before I found a painting. Cat. Maybe one of the mods already removed it because I swear it was on the ground floor. I don't believe it was on the top floor at all.
Don't they have to physically come to the thing to remove it?
I mean, they could be invisible. They could just be following me. And they also get updates in the admin chat. God, that cat's so good. They get updates. So if they saw me painting on it, they may have
followed behind.
Yeah. I really don't know where I painted that painting. I don't think I was upstairs. Okay, well, I found the paintings I was looking for, so we'll come back here. I gotta go delete that thing. Where did I paint that? There's not that many places. Oh, oops. Oops. Oh my god, did I just get stuck? Talk about liminal spaces. Yeah, I just found myself. Oh my god, I think I just got stuck.
Right. There an unstuck command or something?
I just have to teleport out. Okay. Okay, wait. So we went through here. Where did we go first, everybody? I swear we went through this one. I could have sworn we were over here, but we can't be over here unless I was upstairs. Let me go check upstairs. There's not that many places I could have been. There's not even that many open canvases. See, there's not. What the fuck? I'm so confused. Where did I put that painting? This place isn't that big.
It's a maze.
It really is, though. But it's kind of also just like, but seriously, like where? Unless someone had removed it but didn't. Oh, might be something autoed or to prevent it. That would be nice.
Something what?
There, Vixie's saying that there might be like an auto thing that if you're not admin, it'll auto delete it.
Oh, so it won't like actually.
Because like, I swear I was on the outskirts, right? Like, wasn't I on like the very edge? Yeah, none of these have it, so it must have gotten deleted. Well, good for the mods for being smart. But I did find the pictures I wanted to go show off while I was looking for my artwork. So here's some good stuff. Like I guess you would call that like Studio Ghibli.
Lightweight, yeah, I can see that.
That one's like really old school, like realistic.
Heck yeah.
Pies.
Pies.
Oh, again, I'm pretty sure that's a real picture in real life, and someone drew it. I don't know how. I don't know how, but they did. They drew it. Sharky. All right. So here is some of the bigger ones. So I can't remember what this one was for, but I'm pretty sure who did this one. So B, Monstera, Olegato, and Da Vinci did this 6-piece for one of the Rust events. I think this was also World War. You can see all the flags. And the cool part is, like I told you, we all have like our own global war is what it's called. Thank you, Pixie. So all of the individual things, like we all have our own little outfits. So most of these people are probably recognizable to some based on what they're wearing.
Sure.
Like there's a lot of people out there who would like be able to like point these streamers out because most of these are actual like streamers or just like famous YouTubers. And then this is the other one. This is the one that I think everybody loves because this was done completely by Monstera. This is her 5-piece of Global War.
Dang. Oh, clean. I was about to ask you if you could change the text.
Yeah. So look at this. Like the fucking detail from slide to slide. Dude, that he was able to do. And just all of it, like it's so insane. And she just like this is probably a multi-day one, but she just knocks this shit out in just like a matter of hours. You know what I mean? She just is like so chill at how she does it.
I'm like, yeah, I get it.
John Hutchinson. I don't know who. Josh Hutchinson. Who's that? I don't
Why
know
does that?
Is. No, but like immediately, I don't recognize the name.
The name Hutchinson sounds mad familiar to me.
But yeah, this is like one of the best things out here that I absolutely fucking.
That is.
So yeah, this is the art of Rust. This is what people do when they don't want to PvP, and you know, when they don't want to like have other crap that they want to deal with.
Right.
Let's see here. I mean, I guess I could go show you guys the ridiculous fish wall. Oh, gotcha. I don't know how to draw. Like, you saw my vent. I don't know what I'm doing. Ask someone who's a real artist to draw him.
Wild.
There's so yeah, and that was just that was just the artwork. Like, you want to talk about people's like building capabilities. And this is what people do when they get creative and can do it, like whatever they want. If my game would like load it in properly.
Do they like build the actual mountain? Or is it just what's on top?
Most of the time, it's just what's on top. Sometimes people do build their own mountains. You know what I have? Like, I wish what I could do is like upload a photo onto a canvas and then paint over it, because
You can't do that?
I don't know if you can actually.
That would be cool.
That would be hilarious, is to do that so where you could actually like get a a tracing of something. Oh yeah, this is one of the best builds on the map, I think. So, anybody who's familiar with this game, there are monuments, right? This is a player recreation of one of those monuments. And it is a 1-to-1 scale of the exact monument. Like, a lot of people come by here and literally mistake it for the monument itself.
That's wild.
I just wish I knew where an actual...
So, out of curiosity, all this
awesome
stuff gets
split.
reset every month.
Yeah.
So that monument's gonna disappear in a...
Yep. My build, everybody's build, everything you see here other than the art, because the art can be saved. Everything's gonna go away. And we all restart. And then we're gonna have a new event, a new theme. Like right now it's bad. Right now it's Viking themed. Some people have some Viking stuff. Oh yeah, here's like a nice little oasis villa.
Nice.
People get really creative and do a lot of like RP stuff. If I can create a vent, I can create a person. I mean, I don't know. There's
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
is that what that is? Hello. I promise I can use the lights. Yeah, I don't know what else. What other things to like really show off? The artwork was the biggest thing. I'm still to this day just so amazed. Hello, game. There's just so much lag. It's like it's really hard to control. How come I never go on Minecraft servers where the art doesn't have to disappear? The canvas mod way to create. I mean, again, anyone can re-upload their art, but I haven't played Minecraft in years. I mean, I think Skybox is the last thing I actually like played. So, I'm not exactly sure. I haven't seen any artwork in Minecraft though. Like, I've seen some creative builds and stuff, but I haven't really seen like art in Minecraft.
Yeah, they've got a way to do it. It's nowhere near the extent that you have. Like, it's you have Batman, like Batman. You got pixel control, but that's not it.
Just whole art mods. Yeah, but it's also Minecraft. Like, I have no love for Minecraft anymore. Like, again, it goes back to that whole conversation we were having of, you know, I don't like creating things just for myself. and Minecraft really isn't a community that I vibe to the point where I want to like share stuff. You know?
Sure.
It might just be an age thing. Maybe I'm just too old for Minecraft. Yeah, I don't know.
It's a different.
I don't know where else to go to. Like, oh, you know what? I know where to go to. Where are we? I know one thing. Wait, actually, there's somewhere I can. Oh, actually, yeah. Go back to the museum. All right, we'll take it all to Valhalla, and then we'll be done. How about that?
Valhalla, huh? Wild.
Let's go give Ben and Jer a little bit of love, and then we'll call it there after forward. Museum was the closest place that we could spawn. We'll just go this way down. Let's follow this way. No, it's this way. Pretty sure it's this way. Some people put
like for a server map, like with random stuff.
only if the person put it on the map, and I'm trying to find. Don't. Don't remember which one it was on. No, it may have been back there. Vixie, do you remember where Valhalla is? Or what grid it was in? World. Crash. Don't worry about it, I'm just crashing.
Crashing out, man.
And they're not online, so I don't remember where Valhalla was. Of course, you know, once I want to think about it.
Fair.
They'd probably post it. I'll check up here. If I don't find it, then we'll just call it here. But their Valhalla build, actually. I just really don't know where it is. Luckily, it's not GPS. So many people doing so many. If you like this game and you like being creative, that is yeah, it's scientists, the NPCs. You get too close and they get a little bit frisky. Oh, yeah, I went completely the wrong way. I literally went to the opposite side of the map that I was supposed to go to. Hydrate and posture check. All right.
Whoop, let's get it.
All right. There's got to be a place that I can teleport to that's closer. Flying across the entire map can't be. There ain't. Oh wait. What's it? There ain't shit down here. I mean, I guess Bandit Camp is the closest thing, which is just very strange. Basically straight. Okay. Let's go look at Valhalla and then we'll log out.
Cool. Cool.
But yeah, just one of those crazy things. It's nice to be part of a different type of community that's not straight toxic and is only looking out for themselves. Like a lot of people in this community. Again, just so willing to help out, inspire each other, take inspiration. It's just really nice to just actually get online and not, be surrounded by a bunch of idiots. As it were.
Big facts. Big facts.
I hope it's open though. I know that they had wanted to make sure that people were there for their tour, so I hope that they let me.
Oh, would you not be able to fly over it?
I can fly by, but to go in it, they may have it only for tour.
Fair enough.
I hope they don't though. The whole experience. They did so good. Like again, like I thought I did a great job, and then you see what they did, and you're like, wait, you came up with that. I stole an idea and did the best mimicry job. You just decided to do that.
This is what's gonna be.
Yeah, I will say that. Yeah, I do agree with that. The idea that there's plenty that have missed the boat on understanding the value and the perspective of digital. I will say that. Not just digital art from AI, but digital art that has value, but actually still takes an artist's hand, right? It's not just, hey, I told a computer to do something, or
right.
I made a line and then told the computer everything else I needed that line. West, here we go. Let's go to Valhalla, everybody.
Valhalla.
Let's see if this pirate is deserving of Valhalla. So everything that this person...
So is it open?
We'll find out. I have to go get...
Got it.
Yeah, we're right around the corner. But we'll find out, because this is also one of those ones where, how I said, like, some people build, like, their own mountains.
Uh-huh.
Everything you see here is 100% built by the player. Like, none of this was already here. Not where we're climbing on, what we're about to see. This Valhalla piece. Like, so everything to my left is all the player. Everything to my right is part of the map. Everything to my left right now is all the player. This is not
That
part of the game.
waterfall?
Everything. This entire thing you see, this is supposed to be beach straight to the water.
That's crazy.
So this is Ben and Jeremy. Go give them a follow. Benjamin plays Rust. It's two brothers that play Rust and do some great builds. Please go and subscribe to them. Benjamin plays Rust. Fantastic people, do a lot of great builds. They also show off a lot of builds from other creators on this server. So if you want to see other people like Dr. Chill's builds, they'll do some collabs with them. Dr. Chill's another great YouTuber. So please go subscribe to Ben and Jeremy. They're great peeps, and they do some really cool stuff. So basically, we're just waiting for this door to change. Once this door changes, we should have everything loaded. So it's going to take me.
You have to like do something, or is it just?
It's just loading.
It just takes time.
Yeah, just loading assets. But this is what's cool is some people know how much assets they have. So when they do something like this, they know by the time this loads.
Gotcha.
So it's
That's
really
kinda
cool. They're that well versed in this game that they can not only tell you what time of day to set it to, but when to actually wait. And I think theirs is my time 19. Yeah. Look at that.
Ooh. Very cool.
Come on. Come on, door. You can do it. I know you can. Oh, yeah, there it is. My time 19. I didn't even realize it was right in front of me. My time 19. I just remembered it from when they said it before. Come on, door. Change. I want to go into Valhalla.
Valhalla.
Give me access to Valhalla. Do it. Change, I tell you. I might not because I've been flying around too much. So it honestly might have an issue. Just a little too many assets. Like, you see how my hammer is just...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you see? You see? It's trying. It's really trying, but, usually I have to, like, reset if this happens. It sucks. If you load too much in the game, it has a problem. Someone puts this outside their build and they know it's never going to change. So they just see how long it takes you to fucking wait.
See how long people just sit there.
All right, we'll see if it loads. If not, you'll have to come and see it for yourself. But this is such a cool concept. They built this. They have all this smoke, and then you get blinded as you come in. You all ready for this? I hope it loads. Ah, it's starting to barely. This is not doing it justice. Oh, there we go. Starting to load some assets. This is what you get for Potato PC, but like obviously all of this would have a lot more detail. They have Mjolnir in the back that only reacts to those that are worthy, apparently. Apparently I'm not worthy. That, or it's just it's probably just my PC. But the entire thing like electrifies and like sparks around, and it's like the entire area electrified.
Fire.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Oh. You can see out the windows now? What?
It's starting. Yeah, there's so much more detail here. I just don't know if it would be worth logging out and logging back in.
Did you show up right here?
Yeah, I would just be able to log out and log in right here. But yeah, this is just so fucking cool what they've done here. This is just such a cool concept. What's up the mysterious ladder? Probably just the top of their build. That's probably how they got around everything. Yeah, that's probably just how they got up to the top of the top of their build. Aha! We're here! Oh no, I'm gonna die.
Rip.
Yep, that sucks. Do a flip.
Go barrel roll.
And the crappy part is I can't put any of my stuff away. Oh, and I died. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I died in Valhalla, of all places. Oh no, that means I have to go back and get my body. I didn't have anything on me that was worth it, but I should probably go back and clean up myself.
Clean. Can you like literally just take your sword, like pick it up and take it somewhere?
Yeah. And anybody can grab whatever I had on me, which is probably not much. I usually don't keep much on me, but right, well, now that that's happened, that was a lot of fun. Gotta love dying in Valhalla. Oh my goodness. Oh. Well, let's make it to daytime. So I can fucking see. Go pick up my body, and then we'll be done for the night. Because this game is not liking me right now.
Unnecessarily aggressive.
Well, it's one of the problems I've noticed with this, because there's so much on this server that the more you move around, that this stuff starts happening. You start to lose decomp, and you have to log out. Log
is it
back
not
in.
like, I don't know what the opposite of rendering is? Render the other stuff that's back there?
It does de-render it. I think it's just a memory issue. Yeah, the spike dropped in the game. Oh, so yeah, I've watched that video. That dude, there's a couple of them, but there's like 3 YouTubers I watch. But yeah, they'll like wall off outpost, or put a bunch of spikes around outpost, or put turrets at the spawn beach. I've seen those guys. They're absolutely insane with what they end up building. It's so crazy. All right, well, let's go get my body back, and then. But yeah, that's the Art of Rust, and that's what I've been doing for like the last 2 weeks. Is building my Shadow Moses base for tour, which will be at the end of this month. But I don't know. Maybe what I'll do is I'll try to get online tomorrow when I do the tour with Sir Winter. Because it probably behooves me to be live when he goes live. Because he's gonna drop me. I'm not assuming he will, because I'm not a great big tomorrow sometime. We're technically doing our
I was about to say our community stream is gonna be tomorrow, so we'll be live for sure.
Yeah, but it's gonna be one of those things where I don't know if I'm not that big of a streamer, so I doubt he'll care too much about someone like me. But on the off chance that I impress him and his viewers enough, it would be beneficial to be online for them to come, find me. Land safely by jumping out, and we can do that, and let's go pick up our body. Oh, the door loaded. So this is what it looks like walking up. Let's see if we actually get the proper walk up this time. Don't look at my naked body. You're not allowed to see what I look like. Okay, so now this is what it's supposed to look like. Now we get the actual details. Am I worthy? No, apparently it's off. They might have it powered off when I'm not here, but or when they're not here. That's unfortunate. It looks so cool. It's either that or they have a button for it, and I don't know where the button is. I thought it was a heartbeat. Honestly, I thought it was like they had it on a heartbeat sensor or a timer. But knowing them, they could also, just for, for the sake of show, they might have it on the button.
Sure.
I just don't see any buttons. Obviously, it. Button, you two. Oh, wait. Did I see? I see wires. Wires mean power, but power doesn't say. That's it. I was hoping, because this thing, how they have this wired and electrified is so fucking cool. I just don't know how they activate it. And it might just be like if they're offline, maybe it doesn't get powered. Maybe it's only one of those things. Online. Right. I actually don't know the limitations of Rust. I forgot my bow. Holy shit. Bow. Thank you. And my little thing. There. Not that I need it. But yeah, so this is Valhalla. This was such a cool game. And this is what I'm talking about, right? Like being able to create this from scratch out of your head is just not something that I would have thought of. But yeah, just cool shit. Cool shit. Oh yeah, there we go. Get rid of the evidence.
Absolutely.
Ah, Vortex. How I barely knew ye. I have a human skull. Skull of Vortex. There. No, nothing happened. No one knows that I had. No one knows that I had to die here. All right. Any musical implications? What do you mean? What do you mean by musical implication? I mean, people have made musical like attributes. Oh, yeah, there's actually instruments. You can play instruments. You can play sounds. You can do a whole lot. Ah, my base. Back home, where I belong. Yeah, there's actually a lot you can do in this game. It's kind of crazy. Go. This is just a box, everybody. It's just a box. All right. Well, we're going to end it there. I thank y'all so much for joining us for that tour and for D&D discussions. It's kind of nice to get back into the swing of things.
Yeah.
A lot of good tangents. We'll get to this week's topic next week.
Absolutely.
So yeah, join us next week for more D&D discussions. We'll be back on Monday with more homebrew review. I hope you guys had a great week. I hope you have a fantastic weekend ahead of you. I will be online tomorrow, hopefully doing a Rust tour of my base with Sir Winter and a couple other people. But otherwise, if you see us online, come check us out. If not, we'll see you on Monday.
As well as our
Oh, and we have a community stream tomorrow. What am I talking about? We have a community stream tomorrow. Show up for the community stream.
that's right.
Because it's for you. And we are going to be creating something. I think that's what people wanted to see. So we're going to be creating something new. So join us for tomorrow for the community stream. Join us Monday for homebrew review. Otherwise, I hope you guys had a great week, had a fantastic weekend ahead of you, and we will see you tomorrow at your community stream. Cheers.
Deuces.